Proving. It is later on Friday evening. Quick reminder for those of you who care about seeing the stuff live. This is going to be the last Friday cast for January. That's a weird way of putting that. I'm not going to be streaming next Friday. The Global Game Jam is starting pretty much right as soon as I finish work. And I actually messed it up last year. I streamed instead of going to the Global Game Jam because I thought it started on Saturday, and I paid the price. So, gonna take a day off, and I think I've earned it because I believe over the holidays I used all of the vacation days for streaming. Again, very fine intro to a fine game. I messed this up last stream, so let's get this out of the way right away. I was a Kickstarter backer on Battletech. I waited eagerly, even though it was a little bit delayed. I bought Flashpoint and Urban Warfare with my own money. I actually think I've bought two different versions of Battletech, because the one I asked for on Kickstarter was a GOG copy, and this is, of course, before the things happened with GOG. And as a result, I think the thank you achievement is something that I can't get because I have already redeemed that on another platform. But that's life. I'm probably not going to 100% it anyway, because I know there's some achievements which are like multiplayer only. But with that in mind, while I did buy the base game and the DLC on my own, I was very kindly given a copy of Heavy Metal for promotional purposes. So keep that in mind. It's one of these things where I probably over-disclose. I mean, it's good to say this stuff anyway. I probably over-disclose relative to what the actual expectation is. But I also am not crazy about, like, doing lip service to the idea. You know, I always say that I think my opinions are probably worth more than the cost of a DLC, even though it's a very good DLC. How you doing, Sean LeBlanc? Have you ever played this? I don't remember. Also, very sorry I didn't get a chance to see you at Dirty Rectangles this month, but it's good to see you as always. But yeah, anyways, with that in mind, I'm obviously very grateful to Triple Point and Harebrained Schemes and Paradox for the key. You know, even though the DLC is very good, I like to think that my opinions are not so cheaply bought. But if you are making any purchase decisions, you know, this thing was given to me for the purposes of showing you the game. Although obviously the amount that I'm playing, you know, the same goes for Stellaris and all of the other games, or you know, even 6 Ages for that matter, which is one that I sort of feel like I did a little. I've done less of than I would normally want to. You know, there's only so much you can cover something if you don't enjoy it. So I really like these games. I play them because I like them, but it's always worth disclosing the reason why I was given them and the reason why I was playing them in the first place. Very small amount. I'm sad you missed the party, but you were out sick for a while. Well, I mean, I'm sure there are plenty of reasons completely unrelated to being sick, which would be good for missing it. But yeah, it was fun. I always like seeing the stuff that people come up with, and as it happens, I got a chance to talk a little bit with Owen about his engine creation, because this is one of the things. For those of you who don't know, I'm obviously actually what I will do is I will load the campaign. Because I know on my hard drive, this game definitely loads a lot faster than it did on release, but I definitely know that it still takes a little while because I don't have it on the solid state. But yeah, for those of you who don't know him, Sean LeBlanc, who's in chat, is a game developer, among many other talents. He's got his itch website, which I will not paste into chat right now because I know there's not a lot of people here, but I will be sure to post a little bit later. And all around cool guy, but I am going to be talking shop with him very briefly. But yeah, so one question I've always been meaning to ask Owen, because he obviously does his own engine, is sort of, I mean, there's no really like respectful way to ask the question, was like, why do you do this? Haven't you heard of Unity? That sort of stuff. Because I'm interested. Like, in one sense, I'm immediately going to go to sort of the production / econ / finance view, which is, you know, you have companies which are specializing in the creation of these tools, and, you know, cost-wise, it's very low. Clearly, there are developers which see tremendous benefits to developing their own engines. You know, Larian has made one of the most successful RPGs of recent memory with their own engine, and DICE, you know, obviously now that's kind of not full standard, but really close to a standard for Electronic Arts. Clearly there are some people who do that and it works incredibly well for them. And even in terms of independent developers, there are some people who clearly do better working with something that they've written themselves. But I'm always curious what the motivation is, because obviously the ability to use sort of ready-made tools frees up a lot of resources for, for other elements of development. I mean, I think the one thing that any developer who talks about their stuff, the one thing that I never hear from them is like, we really had too much time to do this. But I'm also not going to go so far as to say that, you know, it is completely incomprehensible to me why people develop their own engines, because, you know, you can go all the way back to old paintings. Like, old paintings were part of the edge that certain artists had, was their ability to use certain materials in, you know, like they were making their own pigments and whatnot. And there's definitely something to be said for sort of creating your own tools and developing your own way of working. And I have to assume that if you're using something like Unity or Unreal, you're sort of signing up to what these providers think is the best way of working. But again, this is all academic for me, right? I'm trying to draw an inference based on a set of priorities that I know are probably not shared by creative types. Which is not to say that creators don't consider sort of the financial or production efficiency sides. It's just, it's probably not, like, for me, that's kind of the only dimension that I think of things on, and clearly there are far more interesting ones for them to work on. So it was a chance for me to sort of chat and find out some more about what you crazy people do. And for those of you who do not live in Ottawa, I'm sure none of that made any sense. So, if memory serves, we were on our way to the next story mission, because as much as I'd love to do another backyard barbecue, and it's not that sort of frightening of a mission, it's 2.5 skulls. Most of my company is in the med bay. I was largely waiting for Beefeater to become available, and Beefeater will become available for War Council by the time that our travel is done. So we're going to head to Weldry and continue the restoration of Urano throne. Alright, travel to Weldry for a war council with Lady Centrella. With the Taurians entering the war, our tactics are going to have to change. Lady Centrella is waiting for us at Weldry to discuss our next steps. So in this case, again, it would be nice to kind of collect the 300k for the mission. Now, you know what? This is going to be a little scummy that I'm saving, but... I actually want to see how I handle an undermanned mission. So we maintain a very accurate registry of all military convoys on this planet. Recently, an analyst spotted something odd, a convoy that wasn't accounted for anywhere in our records. It's been regularly traveling along one of our standard logistical routes and using our logistical comms, which is how it evaded detection for so long. Our signals intercepts, tell us they're pirate drivers, so we have to assume that they're smuggling right in our own backyard. We don't want to spook them with our own military comm chatter. We need an independent force to intercept and destroy them. All right. I think I'm just going to do the standard division. Really, I should commit to like all salvage or all scrap. But 211 is a division that I can sort of work with, and it'd be nice to get 150,000 more, but I don't know, seeing that 4 scrap go away and only 1 salvage pick. I just don't think the salvage is going to be that great. So, no mech warriors available other than my 3. Now, this is an absolutely insane division, but I kind of want to try it, to go for the Highlander, the Victor, and the Cyclops. The one other argument I would have would be to put Zap in something that can get me a little bit more, that's a better scout. So, I mean, in the most insane example, I would throw him in a Jenner and just make sure that he was running around. The big problem, of course, is that if I lose one of these mech warriors, I'm in really big trouble. So the danger of this one, of course, is that I've got low initiative, very slow assault mechs lumbering to ambush a convoy of traditional vehicles that can probably run away from me. But what I'm going to try and do with this, even though we are, we're not underpowered for the mission, we're overpowered in terms of tonnage. What I'm going to be doing, though, is I'm going to be taking advantage of the fact that we are likely heavier than our opponents. I'm going to accept that I'm going to be taking more damage than expected. I'm going to lean into the fact that we have very durable mechs. And if I need to, I'm going to sprint to the targets, ignoring the enemy. So in this case, I'll be basically, my usual strategy for these sorts of things have been to, just like stand and fired. And in this one, it's going to be a lot more about running in, destroying the convoy, and then I may or may not mop up the convoy guards. And the assumption on this is that these assault mechs are going to have enough protection that they don't get too banged up. I think I was mentioning from the previous stream, I did a big clean of the apartment. I still don't have bookshelves, but I have these towers of power all around the apartment right now. They look kind of cool because they're all like divided by subject. I don't know if any of you want to make a guess as to what the tallest one is. All right. According to these survey maps, we should be able to see the convoy's route from this location. Once you have eyes on them, destroy the vehicles. Any other units are at your discretion, but there shouldn't be much opposition. Famous last words, Commander. When you're ready for pickup, I'll meet you at this LZ.
Here we go.
Okay, so one of the things I'm thinking about on this is we keep the Cyclops in the water here. Cyclops is going to be the one that's running the hottest, but it also has all of the LRMs on it. Highlander, I pretty much want to sprint or jump until we find something to attack. And Glitch is kind of the medium option on this one. But basically, Highlander I want in people's face.
Acknowledged.
Victor I want at range, and the Cyclops I want in the water.
I'm going.
One thing I should also be doing is keeping a... okay, so the denial zone's here, so this is going to be a big argument for the Cyclops to basically move this way. Sounds like the vehicles are already moving.
Waiting for orders.
Moving to position.
It's also slow. But yeah, I want to make sure that my my units are traveling along the road so they can get some speed bonuses. Okay. It's good to know.
Reporting. Enemy contact.
Okay, so that's 70 tons. That's going to be something that's pretty scary to deal with. The ideal would be to have the Highlanders sort of run in and stomp on that as soon as possible. Oh, hello, assassin. So again, eyes on the prize. I want to make sure that we're focusing on the vehicles where I can. That's probably a striker.
Commander.
Orders?
Okay, so starting with Zap. I'm still going to be running on the assumption that the main intercept is going to be happening along here.
I'm walking here.
So the big question now is, do I want to take advantage of his LRMs to do something to that assassin, or do I want to try and take advantage of his sensor lock on these targets here? I think in this particular case I'm going to focus on the LRMs. The main justification is that it's all well and good for me to do sensor locks on the targets, but who's going to shoot them, right? We've got something available. I want, as long as I keep my units moving towards where I want them to be, I'm okay spending a little time lobbing projectiles at the bad guys. Okay, so that's some pretty serious vehicles they've got. Can I jump? Yes, actually, this is the only thing that would make this a better move would be something that gets me into cover. But I think I can live with this.
Taking the high road.
And if I get more than one target, no. I might have been able to take advantage of a breaching shot. But I think in this case we'll just, well, you know what? Can give myself a little bit of an edge. We could go for the leg.
All weapons are go.
Give him something to think about.
That in your tote.
I want to keep a really close eye on what's going on here. The best ambush again would be if I can get the Highlander roughly in this area, because it's between them and the denial zone. They're gonna have to close the distance without being able to fire on it.
Good to go.
But I do. Ooh, now that's an interesting possibility. I was originally gonna jump or sprint, but I do actually get another good shot on the downed assassin. So I'm going to go for the slower move just because we can potentially take a piece off the board. That's 30% versus 70. He's got 27. Yeah, you know what? We'll just go for the...
Target confirmed.
We're not really worried about scrap on this one. So.
Hope we can salvage that. Okay, now it's on.
So there's a side of me that would love to do something to that Wolverine. Oh, you know what? I'm going to get the Cyclops to hit the Wolverine. The main reason for that is the spores do some extra damage when it's in that area. Glitch is going to be in a little bit of a tricky spot, though, because she's exposed to all of the vehicles at the moment. But again, the entire reasoning behind this was being able to take advantage of the fact that we've got lots of armor to throw away. Alright, so let me just double check. So Spore Cloud, this unit is moved through a Spore Cloud. Spores stick to the units and interfere with targeting systems, +4 difficulty to hit this unit. And Spore Field. Spore Fields slow all units moving through them. Units standing in Spore Fields suffer an additional 20% damage when hit due to the Spore's corrosive effects, +4 difficulty to hit units passing through Spore Clouds. So very low chance on the LRMs, but whatever LRMs hit are going to do more damage. So in this case, I think it's a reasonable trade-off.
Lock and loading. Here it comes.
So that's almost certainly going to be targeting Glitch. Ooh, and it's an SRM carrier. So it's going to be some pretty eye-watering stability damage. Actually, that is not nearly as bad as I thought it would be, but the armor's definitely getting pretty weak.
Commander?
So. Trying to think of unconventional approaches here. This is a really risky play, but that does potentially allow me to take out the 80-ton before it becomes a problem.
Affirmative.
So I'm going to lock in Vigilance. I think I'm going to lose my targeted strike there, but I'm going to need the extra turn. So, oh, it's a PPC carrier. All right, well, we're still going to target it, so.
Affirmative.
Primary target damage. Concentrate your fire. Primary
Good.
target is taking damage.
So Glitch is going to pay for that with a retaliation from these guys,
Receiving.
but this is why I've got the Highlander on the team. Okay, get more direct shots on... not good. Well, you know, the chances aren't as good as I would normally want them to be on the Wolverine, but
Firing jump jet.
I'm gonna take him just because it's a direct shot. This is the one drawback about having Behemoth in an assault, is that she only gets to focus on one target. But again, the Wolverine's in a spot where it's going to take enhanced damage. My only other options are indirect fire. Well, sorry, I can do something to the... Oh. So going after the SRM carrier is the smarter choice because that leaves Glitch to... That doesn't leave Glitch as vulnerable to getting knocked over. But I'm going to be a dummy and go for the hard-to-hit Wolverine.
Firing full complement on enemy.
All the exciting weapons missed.
Think I hit something good. It's go time.
That's brave. Yeah. I am going to have to be very careful with Glitch now. Okay, that's actually good they went for the Highlander instead.
Good to go.
So the tricky call is I can try and go for the woods and hope that the retaliation from the Black Knight isn't too high, or I can go for the water and cool down. That Black Knight's definitely going to be a worry.
Time to fly.
Okay, I'm kind of taking my eyes off the prize here, but... But again, this is some really weak armor in the back on one of my crack shots, so...
Right, Commander.
I was really hoping that would take it out.
Critical hit.
So So again, they can try and retaliate on Glitch, but the advantage is that she's in a position to sort of weather that those attacks. Highlander is going to be coming in to stomp on these other guys.
Holding.
I await your command.
All right, now the question is whether or not I can get Zap to do some meaningful hits on the bad guys. So again, I'm not too impressed with this Cyclops' abilities here. Okay, so it does look like some of the back is exposed. I don't think I could precision strike the back, though. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to divide my attention between the Black Knight here, and then it's already moved, but we will go on the Striker. So basically, it's already divided the way I want. LRM's on the Black Knight, and then medium lasers and the SRM on the Striker.
Roger that.
Yeah, obviously didn't hit anything good. So if this goes after Glitch, it's going to be scary. Ah, it decided to go for a full move.
Yes,
All right.
Commander.
Now that's an upsetting development. I really thought that Behemoth was going to be able to do something more exciting. So instead, we are going to... Oh, man. How brave am I? I mean, I'm going to be taking some damage in that Spore Field, too.
Here we go. That hit something good. Reporting major armor loss.
So this is going to be good for Glitch. She's going to be able to run around the back
Let's
again.
go.
This is going to hurt. I might need to use a Vigilance to keep myself from getting knocked over.
Damage minor.
I think that's going to be enough to knock over the Highlander. No, I got very lucky. Okay.
Orders.
So let's start with Vigilance for Behemoth. Oh, God. I hate that I'm doing this, but the opportunity to make that Black Knight so miserable is just too good.
I copy.
I don't even need to save the heat, just
Copy that.
let her rip.
Hostile removed.
Part of this is also about keeping the Highlander open as a more attractive target. May not. Yep. Okay, so that gives Glitch a spare round. Okay, so can I get Glitch? Yes, Glitch can take the Striker, but not the... Okay, different plan then.
Right, Commander.
She's running hot, so I need to be careful about this, but I think it's better to keep her in cover. Ooh, I don't have... Okay, that changes it a little bit. So I was hoping to have the precision strike, but I wasn't paying attention to my numbers. Okay, that is a proper overheat, so I think in this one we're just going to fire and we're going to pray.
Firing on target.
Prayers were answered.
Mover down.
So it's less likely that Glitch is going to have to suffer the retaliation from the SRM now. But at this point, I think I want to bring Zap a little bit closer to the engagement.
Rolling.
So of course I'm losing the advantage of the cooldowns, but what I'll do is, again, we're going to take advantage of the Griffin being in the spores, and then the short-range weaponry is going to go on the Striker.
One for you, and one for you.
Hot damn. Let's do this.
Interesting. I don't know why it didn't attack. So again, the Highlander's doing exactly what it needs to right now, is by being the most attractive target in the area.
Good to go.
In this case, let's just eliminate the threat of the SRM carrier altogether.
Heading out.
This does mean that the Highlander is no longer in cover, but of course it's going after a primary objective, so, and it's also removing something that does the majority of stability damage to me.
Enemy vehicle destroyed.
The other thing that I don't factor into enough in the decision making is that by killing an enemy,
Holding.
I'm able to get some extra resolve. So I should be factoring that into my decisions, because obviously the way that I've built the company right now, I sort of take advantage of lots of special abilities. Okay, I'm going to try and do something a little different this time. So I'm going to be running on the assumption that the AC hit is going to be sufficient to take out the Striker. This might be bad, but I've got the Cyclops as backup. And let's see what magic I can do. So A on the Striker. Oh, I can do full complement. Okay. What about C? This is really hoping for more of a lucky shot. Actually, with that in mind, I want 2 lucky shots on the chance. One of these medium lasers hitting the Wolverine. Oh no, it won't because he's guarded. All right, let's see how this works.
Affirmative.
Cool.
Time to bug out. Get to the LZ for extraction.
So I mean, if I want, I can get to the evac zone, but unless they start doing some serious hurt on Glitch, I think I should be sticking with it.
Multiple enemies locked in.
So Highlander's going to take on the Griffin, and then with any luck we'll be able to take out the Wolverine, but not enough structural damage in those attacks. Although I completely wasted my targeting, so we've got spare resolve for no reason.
Took a hard hit there.
Okay,
Commander.
let's get Behemoth to try and
Move order received.
melee this guy out.
Targeting for physical attack. That's a kill.
So the nice news about this is that Glitch and Zap are both going to be able to focus down the Griffin on the sensitive bits. Okay, not enough to finish the job, but hopefully the
That's a critical hit.
Cyclops will.
Commander?
That's an 18. We can do better than that. Oh, maybe we can't. We'll do our best, but that hill's getting in the way.
Affirmative.
Commander, the area has been cleared. Darius has given you the green light to land immediately. Hold position.
Mission successful.
All right. So a little bit of repair for the Victor. I don't think I want to go in one unit down too much, but that wound up paying off. Black Knight scrap would be kind of nice. Oh, we got a nice 25% off of taking out the escorts too. And yeah, Glitch was all about the objective. Behemoth was all about clearing out the bad guys. AC 10++ sounds like a really good idea. The LRM 10++, actually that seems like a good upgrade for the Cyclops, because one of the main focuses I've had. Oh man, that SRM 6+++ though. So I now already have some AC 10++s. In this case, I'm actually going to take the LRM 10++. That's because I've been using the Cyclops for the stability more than the damage. So let's see what other goodies we got. We got another LRM 10, machine gun, PPC, SRM. So yeah, they denied us all the really cool stuff, but I'm okay with that. I know that I'm going to be putting this LRM to use right away. I like that they include this tip in the top here. Like, this is kind of the standard way to use light mechs in a game like this, but it's not necessarily obvious when you first play it. I actually don't use that tactic nearly as much as I should, but then I haven't fielded light mechs in a while, so. Our mech warriors are gaining experience, and you can need your guidance, Beefeater. If you head to the barracks, you can direct their training. Now, the reason I don't do this right away is because upgrading mech warriors means they cost more. I've got a financial report in 5 days, and almost certainly I don't have any missions that I'm going to be doing between now and 5 days. So there's no advantage. Well, okay, I can do repossession for the local pirate organization, but something tells me, well, the directorate leader has fallen behind, so. Okay, you know what? I hate that I'm doing this, but yes, I am actually going to do this mission. So I'm not going to bother with the my main reason for doing this, one, I can get a bunch of money, but it's because of the opponent. So Directorate Leader has fallen behind on payments for their armored vehicles, and our leasing agent has been unable to repossess the heavily armored vehicles. We've decided that sending a more expensive message is the best way to ensure that others do not take future liberties. Commander, they also mentioned that the target vehicles currently on deployment with secondary lance of mechs. You can optionally destroy them as well, and there's a bonus. So because this is against the Directorate, I mean, one thing that I could do would be improve my reputation with the local pirate organization. But screw that. I actually want the money. Oh, this is great. So if I do it for a discount, the Oregon Directorate dislikes me. So I would not do this mission under any other circumstances, save for the fact that I actually get to improve my reputation with the pirates. And again, because this is a pure gravy mission, I'm actually going to go for the full payout here. But I am bringing my weaker Victor in if I do that. So yeah, I can afford the one day of work. Now I'm a little curious about the refit. So the plan here would be to replace this LRM 10 with, oh, actually I can replace both. So how many days is that going to take me? That is a 3-day job. Still behind the financial report, so let's... So the answer to the stream question is no, I am not doing story missions today. Okay. So, and then of course, if I wait one more day, 6-pack is back, but then that's our financial report. So Let's get a healthy payday, and then we'll head on to War Council. This also gives me a chance to experiment with the new Cyclops loadout. So the funny thing is the very first time I was interested in Battletech, and like I was designing my own mechs, and I was like getting ready to the Free World. Oh, okay. I really want to read the details that are story related, but I used to be all like, you know, only idiots deploy light mechs. You know, you go for the heaviest mechs that you can. You know, and you just laugh at the enemy when they try to lob weapons at you, and you melt them in one turn with alpha strikes all the time. I was also really young, and of course now I have the exact opposite attitude, which is I really like light mechs. I really like hit and run. The funny thing is that I still like the Lyrian Commonwealth. So like my original feelings were very Steinerish, and apparently, you know, this is still the faction I like the most. But it's kind of funny that the way that I'm playing the game is definitely true to sort of my original interest in Battletech, which is if you're going to play a game with mechs in it, you go for the biggest, baddest ones you can get. This looks really nice. The target vehicles have been detected in this area, Commander. Move up, make contact, and engage the targets. Keep an eye out for enemy mechs as well. So the good news is it looks like
Exotic, right?
so the Cyclops is going to be in a little bit of a tight spot. Although I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to veer the Cyclops hard right, and then we'll just get the Highlander and the whatchamacallit, the Victor. We're just going to get him to jump up the side of the mountain.
Coordinates received.
So I'm more or less committing the Cyclops to not be using its lasers, but it worked so well last time having them in the water. And of course we've got the extra stability damage. So the Cyclops LRMs plus the Highlander's really heavy melee is a really good recipe for knocking down the bad guys.
Roger. We've got an unknown on sensors.
Okay, so Zap unfortunately doesn't have any jump jets. So as far as I can tell, there is no denial zone. So one of the nice things about this is that the target is going to be basically coming straight for me. All right.
Standing by.
So Behemoth is kind of the obvious candidate for the first jump up. The problem here is there's no good spot for her to fire her Gauss rifle. It's way too close. And that is a Gallant urban assault vehicle. I'm still going to alpha strike it. One, because I don't have anything else I can shoot at, but number two, I have the ammo, so.
On it.
Okay, so
Commander?
question is, do I want to... Now, you know what? I think I'm just going to throw as much as I can. If I can get the Cyclops to take out the urban assault vehicle, then that frees up the Victor to do whatever it needs.
You've got hostile contacts inbound.
All right. But they're 20 tons, so I shouldn't worry too much about them. Stability damage doesn't really count for a whole lot against a vehicle like this, but... Okay, so it looks like Glitch still needs to mop up the Gallant. However, I can probably avoid using the autocannon. Okay, that's something to keep in mind.
Good to go.
Still no eyes on that one, unfortunately. So seeing as I used my jump jets, by the way, I really like that detail of the birds flying up when you land in the middle of the woods. I am going to do a targeted strike here. And this is just so I can save the AC. Notice how much heat that thing puts off. So how much does that have? We probably just need the double medium lasers on this.
Special delivery!
So, I mean, I normally don't like using Resolve on something like that, but...
Smoke them! Give them everything you've got.
Okay, hopefully the 20s come into range for the Cyclops. Actually, those are some serious tanks. Okay, that's 50-ton reinforcement. Oh, they see me.
Standing by.
So my first inclination was to try and scan for the 70-tonner, but the fact of the matter is I'm going to be moving these units in anyway. So let's move Zap in. I'm not going to give them any more vision than they've already got. And in this case, I'm going to direct my attention towards the Locust.
Taking the shot.
Okay, so they didn't get close enough.
What's up, boss?
So Highlander can sort of afford the most punishment. I'm going to move that forward first if I can. Okay, so we've got the LRM carrier and the Gallant Urban Assault Vehicle. What I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on the LRM carrier, and the reason for that is that Glitch has got breaching shot.
Firing all weapons.
Stop, it's already dead.
Vehicle trashed. Waiting on you, Commander.
So I just want to see how much armor's... Okay, so unfortunately... it's going to have to be a lucky shot. Well, you know what? Am I feeling lucky, Punk? No, I'm not feeling lucky, Punk, so...
You betcha!
I'm going to do a targeted strike. And I'm going to go for the highest probability, so that's 91, 88, 88. You know what? 88 on the weak spot. No, but I was doing this for the breaching shot, so...
You like that? Let's get this done, folks.
So this does mean that I've kind of left my Cyclops in a little bit of a tough spot. But I've got I got my allies on a nice position, and it looks like that remaining vehicle's nowhere close to the engagement. Some of these camera angles are very questionable. Now I realize that this is people training a computer to look at the best, the best spots. So I shouldn't get too mad about it. It's just a little weird that it so consistently seems to pick terrain that obstructs the action. Alright, I've really left the Cyclops into the
I'm ready.
muck. Definitely want to take advantage of the cooling. So this is going to be about knocking down chevrons more than anything.
Acknowledge.
I was really hoping that was a leg. Okay, unsteady's good because that's going to mean that Glitch can basically get a killer shot off. I'm pretty sure one AC-20 takes out a Locust automatically. Foliage is almost certainly not a raycast target, and so probably invisible to a system that picks aim. Yeah. I hate it that you can tell me perfectly good technical reasons for
I hear
minor
ya.
annoyances in games. Okay, so obviously we know what this 80 ton is now, so I've got
Time to fly.
to spread the love. So we're looking at 90 30 30 70. Yeah, we got to do the same thing. So oh,
Waiting for orders.
that's unlucky. All right.
Affirmative.
So the question is, do I let him fire off another PPC on my Cyclops, or do I go for one of these attractive targets at the end? This Locust is a sitting duck, so
Giving him everything I've got. Enemy down.
so again, the cost here is that my Cyclops might take some serious damage, but good news is Glitch will probably be able to divide her attention among the bad guys.
She can't take much more of this.
You said that last time. Oh, I gotta be careful. I didn't even pay attention to what that Hunchback was. Might be the laser variant though, so I probably need to be less worried than I am. Okay, and looks like the vehicle doesn't move, so
I read you, Commander. Moving out.
this is gonna be a pretty risky play. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna double up on the PPC carrier, and then we'll put the medium lasers on the Hunchback.
Got it.
Okay. So, overkill, but I couldn't have known that at the time. So Behemoth is focused on single targets. Highlander Burial straight onto a Locust in a Spore Field would have been amazing, but let's
On my
focus
way.
on more practical needs. Now I am curious, I do still have precision strikes, so let's focus on the Hunchback. I think we'll just go, I mean leg isn't too hard, but I've got such a terrifying arsenal, let's just go straight for the middle.
Target neutralized.
Alright,
I'm ready.
so Zap kind of gets his pick of target now, but ideally, okay, apparently I can't obstruct the shot. So if I move back, still not great odds, but
Confirmed.
and in reality well here, let's just multi-target.
Splitting fire.
Again, this is really trying to just take more advantage of the Spore Field. The Blackjack's the one I ideally want to knock over so that I can get the targeted strikes. Okay, so if it's going to be shooting anything, shooting the Highlander is would be my preference. So first focus has got to be on getting its chevrons down.
Waiting for orders.
So I'm still going to move Zap so I can get the so I can get a couple of evasion pips. And I think actually in this case we'll just we'll do another spread the love move. But I do want to focus on as much stability damage on the blackjack as I can get. So
Acknowledge.
actually, if I meant that, I should have done the SRM on the blackjack, but it won't matter. Really, I just need to make it a little wobbly so it loses its evasion. We have the wobble.
Waiting for orders. Receiving you. Taking the shot.
Cool. So I was hoping that I'd be able to take this thing out, because that now leaves Glitch, who's my better shot to deal with the
I hear ya.
lone locust, which incidentally doesn't have any evasion. Now, of course, once we start going into fair fights, I'm going to have the worst possible habits, and I'm going to feel very sad, but...
Got it. Did you see that?
Certainly sent them a message, Commander.
Mission successful.
That went well, real well. Seems like we did the right thing calling you in, mercenary. Glad to see we both came out ahead today. So, while I don't I mean, to give you an idea of how much I feel about the local pirate organization, I'm not at all bothered by the fact that I'm on my way to being hated. So, yeah, 79 to 40 is hated, and I'm currently at 72. So, +6 isn't going to move the needle, but the Oregon Directorate is a hated enemy. So, that's life. And apparently we got another 30% to an already expensive contract, so 936 is a happy payday. Again, Behemoth and Glitch are the MVPs. And so, I mean, I've already got the mechs I wanted. The AC 10++ definitely would have been nice. LRM 10++ would have been good for the backup. But, I mean, the real way I need to think about this is just the fact that all of the stuff that was in the salvage here is stuff that I've already passed up on other divisions. So, like, was this good salvage? No, they clearly gave me all of the, they clearly gave me all the junk, but I'm not going to be mad about that. Like, I wanted the cash for a reason. I am curious about the black market. I wasn't willing to pay for it last time, and I'm assuming that I'll probably not have the money for it one way or the other, but at some point I'll see what's going on. Our mech warriors are gaining experience and need your guidance, Beefeater. If you head to the barracks, we can direct their training. Yes, I can, but I don't want to, so... So we're accepting the War Council mission just because we know in 20 days I'm definitely going to have more than enough. I'm going to have more than enough time to get my mech warriors healed. There is a temptation too. I think the time has come with the well, okay, let's get the financial report out of the way. All right, so running the Argo costs me about 3.25K. Salaries are still the smaller part. So we'll do normal. We need about $500,000. I'm a little nervous about doing this, but I think it's time to go to engineering. And so I'm not 100% ready to go to Mech Bay 3 yet. It's super tempting to have the extra, to have sort of the extra selection. I am, however, going to get the extra med bay down. So +2 medical points. The fully upgraded field hospital has enough bed space, diagnostic equipment, and surgeries to allow fully half the company to be treated at once. The cost includes the salary of an additional skilled med tech to treat your injured mech warriors. We're taking enough injuries to keep our current medical staff fully tasked, Commander, and that makes me worry about our future capacity. These battles aren't going to get any easier, and we have space for another med bay, and I'm sure we'd find it useful.
All right, I'll get the team on it right away.
So the main focus on this one, honestly, is just to get my people back into the fight faster. Because one of the biggest things I run into is I usually bring the commander on the important missions, and I always run them out ahead. And the consequence is always that they get obliterated in the first few rounds and spend the majority of the time in medbay. So
I wrapped up that job you asked for, Commander.
now, one temptation I have is to replace the dragon. I'm not going to hit that storage button just in case. So what was the other heavy? There's the temptation for a catapult, because that gives me another missile boat. The Jaeger mech, because I believe this is the one with the pretty good autocannons. Or the Thunderbolt, which I actually don't know that well. But I think... I think I'm going to keep with the dragon for now, just because I'm starting to get a little bit of a better idea what it's for.
All hands, make ready for docking maneuvers.
I always really like these little space travel sequences. I just like the way they look. They obviously don't, like, there's no gameplay in them. I just think they look really nice. And again, we've talked about this a few times, but because Battletech, like, I actually have the Total Warfare source book by me, and if you take a look, like, every chapter has a short story in it. You know, it's not just that they added the extra. It's not just that they had the novel. I mean, okay, so you have the novels to sell extra stuff because, well, that's how that works. Like, I think one of the things that makes this so enjoyable, it's in many ways a little bit like Warhammer 40k. Like, you know what the setting is like. If you are into this sort of thing, you really get into it, and there's lots of backstory going on. And it's one of the things that I think makes this a particularly strong entry in the Battletech adaptations, because this game gives you a reason for why the people are fighting. Now, I mean, the RPG elements aren't quite exactly Shadowrun Returns, so I don't really think your dialogue options change too much. I mean, I know you have, like, your different elements of your background that give you different dialogue options, but I'm not entirely sure that the outcomes of the game changed based on your dialogue with crew members. Clearly here there are gameplay effects. But I don't know, like, there's definitely something about the setting and being able to talk a bit about who you are and why you're doing this. I mean, even the opening, you see Kamea on the throne talking about the restoration, and it leaves you this open question in terms of what your motivations were for helping her. And of course, you get to write that over the course of the game. It's actually why I get a little annoyed about the fact that there's no good way to do this, right? So it's neat that they let you take the field as opposed to XCOM, where the commander is someone always behind the scenes. So I like the fact that you can take the field, but the fact that your commander can never die, but they do take maximum injuries when their mech is destroyed, it means that, especially in my own case, you wind up in these extended periods of time where sort of your representative inside of this game is not actually in the action. And I'm not 100% sure how, like, what the good fix for that is, or if it even needs to be fixed. But it's always been one of these gripes where it's like, yes, I should just be leaving my command. I should be keeping my commander safer is really the lesson on that. But it's hard, right? You also want to have, I've had plenty of other mech warriors that I put in rescue situations and they wind up dying. So it's not like I use the commander recklessly for no reason. Ray's voices echo down the mess deck hallway, and you arrive to find Zap nose to nose with Six-Pack. I don't care about your noble family. You don't give me orders, Zap snarls, poking the other mech warrior in the chest with each word. Six-Pack lifts her chin. Even out here in the periphery, you should know enough to listen to your betters. Zap's fist flashes out before anyone can intervene, sending Six-Pack staggering, blood erupting from a broken nose. In the dangerous silence that follows, the room finally notices that you've arrived. A single fork clatters to the floor. So Six-Pack is actually one of my weaker new hires, and I mean, my own inclination here would be to, discipline Six-Pack for trying to pull rank, but in this case, we'll have them fight in the gym instead. And I pay for it. But actually, Zap is one of my main fighters, so that's bad that they got injured. The two mech warriors circle in the makeshift boxing ring while the crew shouts encouragement. Both mech warriors. By the way, for some reason, every TV show, if it runs long enough, this gotta be. I'm sure I can develop a theorem for this. Every TV show asymptotically approaches a boxing episode. When I worked on Battlestar, that was. I don't think it was the first episode I worked on, but it was really close. There was a boxing match. Smallville. One of the episodes I worked on had a box. It might have been a wrestling one, actually, come to think of it. I'm pretty sure there was a WWE performer in it. Anyways, and I was watching Billions, and that one had a boxing episode as well. So this is my System Chalk's theorem that as T approaches infinity, the probability of a boxing episode approaches 1. Anyways, both mech warriors have taken a beating over the course of the 8 rounds, but while Zap has passion, Six-Pack has precision. Zap, flagging and back against the rope, springs forward with a final surge of energy. In response to such a wild assault, Six-Pack steps, turns, and strikes in a pattern they probably practiced hundreds of times at an expensive fighting school. Zap goes down hard. As the referee reaches the 10 count, the crowd goes wild. Six-Pack suffers an injury, Zap suffers an injury, Six-Pack has gained the following tags for 30 days, high spirits, and morale has increased by 2. So I definitely had that happen at a bad time. I'm not going to be able to bring the A-team, but I do have a replacement. So we've arrived on Weldry, Commander. Ready to proceed with our current contract? We are.
And I promise you that our forces are maintaining a firm upper hand against this false restoration.
Is that Victoria back?
Thanks in part to the support of our newfound allies in the Taurian Concordate. Just today, those allies, led by the heroic Commodore Samuel Austin, liberated my own daughter, Victoria, from insurgent captivity. And though the fight was hard, our new friends won the day through the strength of their courage and the virtue of their purpose. Soon, we will end this war. And when we do, we will turn our attention back to the expansion of our industry and the betterment of our people. Long live the Taurian Concordate, and long live the Oregon Directorate!
I really like the cutscenes on this. It's actually one of the reasons the DLC for this is quite good. To a point actually that I sort of feel the again, in terms of Victoria, this is very this is a little bit of what I'm talking about, how Battletech as a hobby, yes, it's a board game. Yes, it's a role-playing game. Yes, it's a series of novels, virtual reality booths, which I found out there's one in Montreal. I almost want to make a trip out to Montreal just so that I can try out the VR. It's a line of computer games. There was actually another type of board game that was done in the Dark Age. I think it actually introduced the Dark Age. There's another thing. There's Battletech across everything. A TV show. I think the only thing that hasn't happened is there hasn't been a feature film. and again, like it's nice to sort of have characters. So of course we already know about Victoria. You know, she promised she'd make Raju suffer, and we find Raju in the prison camp. Of course, Victoria is released. You see her executing I can't remember the family name. Anyways, little details like that I really like. And it's in fact the only thing that I would say about the DLC. I kind of feel that they've been a bit unfairly treated, and I think it's because I don't know if it's just we have an expectation now that anything that isn't like a full-on expansion pack that maybe in another world would be like a sequel to the game, we think that it's some sort of a cash grab or something along those lines. Urban Warfare in particular, I noticed some people were like, yeah, you know, I didn't really care for it. But the first time I found out I could shoot out a building underneath an enemy, I had a great time with that. And I mean, again, you get like new mechs and whatnot. So I've actually really enjoyed the DLC. But the one thing that I would say is that I've enjoyed the campaign enough. And, you know, I do like little things like the cutscenes and that. I wonder what it would be like or what it would take to get an additional campaign, because I know like the addition of the flashpoints is sort of neat because it gives you a little bit more interaction with the politics of the inner sphere. I haven't actually run into any of them, but that might be something that only happens in career mode. But I think there's enough stories to tell in the Battletech universe. And of course, as we know, I think it's something like 5 years after the events of this game, the clans arrive. So there's no shortage of stories that can be told. But on the other hand, like, I'm assuming this sort of stuff, you know, so this character model doesn't appear on the map in the tactical game. You know, those really cool animations, it's wonderful to see it at the opening of the game. It's wonderful to have these sort of settings for the events of the game, but you know, in the end, you're getting people to pay for. You need to entice people to pay for the product, and I have to assume that none of that stuff is cheap, and it's going to be the stuff that people wind up complaining about. Oh, there wasn't anything in the DLC, just a bunch of pictures. I'm like, yeah, well, I like the pictures, but with that in mind, I'm still not at the end of the campaign, so there might be a ton of stories. But I would admit, like, I would be willing to pay up for an additional campaign in BattleTech. Although presumably whatever BattleTech 2 looks like would be where we see another campaign like this. Anna Maria, I summoned you here to discuss long-term strategy, but we have a crisis to address. You've seen my uncle's broadcast, what Ostergaard did to Lord Carosus, what his soldiers are still doing to the people of Smithen. I am honor-bound to ride to their defense. Kamea, you've got much bigger things to worry about than Smithen. I won't mince words. Your cause is very nearly lost. With only a small fraction of their fleet, the Taurians have you dramatically outgunned. Given the chance, the Iberia alone could break your army in two. Why are the Taurians fighting with the Directorate? Do you have any concrete answers? If you're looking for proof, I can't help you, but I can tell you who I think is behind all this. The Perdition Massacre. I believe that House Davion's attack on the Concordat created an opportunity for Espinoza, and unfortunately for us, I believe that he's taken it. So the Perdition Massacre, chemical attack on the Taurian border system of Perdition that claimed 11,000 civilian lives. Protector Thomas Calderon was quick to blame his neighbors and rivals, the Federated Sons, for the attack. The Perdition Massacre is the latest in a long string of diplomatic incidents that have raised tensions between the Federated Sons and the Taurian Concordat to a boiling point. And House Davion. By Freedom's sword, from their capital world of New Avalon, the Davion family led the Federated Sons to become one of the largest and most militarily powerful states in the Inner Sphere. The Federated Sons' motto, By Freedom's sword, illustrates their self-image as a nation, the champion of freedom, democracy, and human rights, although the reality is not so clear-cut. In addition to being a military power, the Federated Sons is home to the New Avalon Institute of Science, the premier research and development center of the 31st century. So, what opportunity? Spell it out for me. Protector Calderon believes that a Davian invasion of the Taurian Concordat is imminent. In the Directorate, he sees a convenient pawn and a buffer to protect the poorly defended stretch of the Concordat's border. If the Directorate's weapons have been coming from the Taurians, I imagine they've had an agreement in place for some time. Yeah, that timing makes sense. By arming the Directorate, Calderon would be fortifying his own border against invasion. When Espinosa learned about Castle Nautilus, he must have used it as a bargaining chip to get the Taurians into the war on his side. In a limited intervention, but yes, Calderon would have leaped at the chance to claim an SLDF armory. With a major war imminent, the capture of a fully stocked outpost castle could have provided the Taurians with a tremendous advantage. But you just destroyed the armory and killed their soldiers, and apparently destroyed one of the dropships on Anvelt. I suspect that your problems with the Taurian Concordat have only just begun. We fought against the Taurians in R2, and we know what we're up against, so let's talk about how we're going to win this. Not through direct confrontation. If you let Ostergaard bait you into attacking him on Smithen, you will die, as will Lady Urano. This isn't hyperbole, Kamea. You will die if you take the field against him, and your restoration will perish with you. What would you counsel me to do then? Nothing? Would you have me sit on my hands while a Taurian butcher murders the people I've sworn to protect? I would advise you to lead your army wisely and to stay out of battles that you cannot win. Kamea, listen to me. There is still hope, but you won't find it on the battlefield. The alliance between the Taurians and Directorate is tenuous, far more so than they would have you believe. Protector Calderon knows what kind of man your uncle is. We could turn allies into enemies if we play our cards right. That's true. Why would he join forces with us? That's a dumb question because you just answered that before. As a long-term goal, I'm all for it. But what do you recommend we do in the short term? In a word, nothing. Don't engage them. Just stay away. Even as we speak, my agents are digging for information that will open a rift between our enemies, and I am confident that they will find it. But Kamea, none of this will mean anything if you let Ostergaard goad you into a suicidal charge. And make no mistake, that is what they're doing. I appreciate your advice, Anna Maria, but were I to follow it, the Aurigan people would lose their faith in me, and they'd be right to do so. I owe it to them to be better than that, and so I will fight, but not in a way that our enemies expect. Tell me what you mean. Ostergaard expects me to deploy my army against his forces on Smithen, to lead from the front, as I have in our battles with the Directorate. You've convinced me that this is a risk that I cannot take, and so if he expects me to come at him with a hammer, I will use a scalpel instead. I trust that your company is up to the task, Beefeater? My company alone against the Taurian assault force. It'll be an adventure, Lady Urano. That it will, and I'll be guiding you on the comms every step of the way. You have my answer, Anna Maria. I won't take the field myself, and I won't redirect my army, but I'll be damned if I let Ostergaard's troops slaughter my people without a fight. Your mercenaries have been one of your key advantages in this war, Kamea. By doing this, you're putting them at grave risk, but if your heart is set on returning to Smithen, I'm powerless to stop you. Instead, I'll wish you good luck and take my leave. I'll be in touch with my agents when my agents know more. But please, Kamea, stay safe. I don't know if I can stabilize the Reach without you. I won't let Ostergaard kill me, Anna Maria. I promise. Lady Urano's contract to repel the Taurian assault on Smithen is ready for review in the command center. We should follow up when you think we're ready. Oh, that's interesting. So we're going to be moving to another location. Okay. So if I want, I can take a 3.5 skull reconquest. It's tempting because the pay is not bad. So 22 days to get to Smithen. And I think I will actually have... Okay, so because I have a... This is the funny thing. Because I have a financial report coming up, I want to at least cover my costs for this month. So... But again, this is going to be a hard... Well, we're not going to cover the costs with... Yeah, 3.5 skulls. There's going to be some decent scrap on this one, so... Okay. So I more or less have to bring all of the heavies. 'Cause 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 ' Just trying to take a minute to think who I want. So Beefeater's good in the Cyclops because he can divide his attention among multiple targets. Oh, wait. Here's something that'll probably help my choices.
Receiving you.
Okay, so Behemoth got 1,000,000 points of everything.
Mech warrior training complete.
Waiting for orders.
Glitch is just my super soldier now, so.
Training confirmed, Commander.
What can I do for you?
All right, so Showboat, I think I was going to do... Yes, I was going to take the kind of the shoot and scoot option.
Training complete.
Okay, so that gives me a little clarity on how I'm going to use this team. So I think we put... Oddly enough, I do think we put Beefeater in the Cyclops, but that's because we put Showboat in the Phoenix Hawk. So normally the Phoenix Hawk would be something that I put Beefeater in due to the fact that he's pretty good as a scout, and especially because he's got that extra, he's got that +1 initiative. It's a good, again, it's obviously a good scouting unit. The fact that I have Ace Pilot that I can move after shooting, this means that the Phoenix Hawk becomes a much more effective harasser. So I'm going to have to be careful about my heat buildup. I would prefer to give a few more guts to Showboat, but I didn't have the points for it. So we do have a weight advantage on them, and we're in a polar environment, so this is probably the most favorable that things are going to get for me. The only thing that I would say I might want different is bringing something like a dragon. It's a little heavier. The only other one I could think of would be the Vindicator, because that's okay at physical attacks, so I get to take advantage of that piloting. But I'm okay with this. I think I'm going to use the Phoenix Hawk as my scout. Again, it's more opportunities to learn. I don't actually remember if I gave the full readout of the mission. We can do that now, though. Of course, the big scare is that we wind up taking a lot of damage to one of my important mech warriors, and we're not able to do the mission right away. But okay, heavily armed pirate band has taken control of a facility on Weldry and is using it as a base of operations for raiding and terrorizing nearby settlements. The Restoration authorities do not have local military resources to assault the base, given how extensively they've entrenched. We need you to destroy the base so that they can no longer use it as a staging area for their criminal acts. If there are enough pirates here to present a problem for local authorities, we should be prepared for a tough fight, Commander. So, if memory serves, the last time we did a mission like this, there were a lot of really scary turrets. So this is going to mean that Showboat's scouting abilities are going to be the key. Commander, our target is just ahead. We need you to knock down enough structures to cripple the facilities. Watch out for fixed gun emplacements and enemy defenders. These pirates have nothing to lose, so they'll be desperate. There may be additional enemy units deployed away from the base, so keep your eyes open. Oliveira out. Okay, so if I jump... Yeah, I'm not quite ready to be that reckless. Oh, looks like we found the bad guys. Yeah, so... Gotta keep an eye on these turrets.
Position confirmed. Coordinates received.
Fortunately, I am equipped with a bunch of missiles. So I'm actually going to reserve down to position 1. So this is mean they're going to have to waste a few moves.
What can I do for you?
Now, one of the most important things that I can do with Showboat... actually, this move is going to be... no, this move's going to be risky, actually.
Orders.
So, I'm going to get...
I hear ya.
Okay. I'm not sure if a sprint or a... Okay, so sprint is the best option for me. I'm actually going to sprint her up to
Double time.
here. How you doing, Pax Cecilia? So the reason I sprinted her there is that she's going to be able to move to the woods next round, but it still gives me vision on whatever the target is. So that's a Thunderbolt, and there's a vehicle as well, an 80-ton vehicle. So the big thing on this is I want to be making moves that...
Yes.
I basically want to be getting them to commit to moves that keep them from being able to sort of retaliate against me. In fact, what I might want to try and do is just engage them completely on the left-hand side, because that effectively neutralizes the turrets. I like that idea a lot.
Going full speed.
Okay. So I don't want to be completely defenseless on this. Against my better judgment, I am going to get... I'm going to move Showboat in. This is just so that I can get some eyes on what I'm up against.
Moving out.
And again, the key on this one is that next round she's going to be able to shoot and move. So we've got a Shrek, LRM turret, standard turret, Shadowhawk. Okay.
Roger that. Firing on target.
Ouch. Okay, so I know, basically I know where I want to commit, and I am gonna move the Cyclops up a bit. This is just so that I'm not completely defenseless if they do decide to go over the hill. And I think if I focus on the Shrek, it's 90. So in this case, I think the better thing for me to do is, oh, but see the Thunderbolt's sort of entrenched. So that's going to be a 40% reduction. I do get the stability damage, though. Nope. We're going to focus on the PPC carrier. Might only scratch the armor, but it's smarter than having slightly over half my damage. That's more than I was expecting.
Let's get fired up. There's work to do.
Okay, so number 1, I get a big evasion bonus jumping like this. Demolisher. Alright, that is not the sort of thing I want to be going toe-to-toe against. And that's going to probably get a shot off on her.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, I got to be very careful for the next little bit. Okay, so I get to make some choices in terms of what I'm shooting at. I'm not crazy about my chances on damaging the Thunderbolt, so... But somebody's going to have to get rid of those evasion chevrons, so... This thing's got 9... Yeah, you know what? Glitch is going to take care of the Demolisher. We're going to throw some LRMs at the Thunderbolt. And it might just be something that knocks down some evasion chevrons, but if anything, we can do some evasion damage and let the Highlander clean up the rest.
Waiting for orders.
Okay, so in this case, I'm going to get Glitch to focus with the Victor. I'm going to get Glitch to focus the Demolisher because that's a huge risk to my Shadowhawk right now. The Shadowhawk's going to be able to move and shoot next round if it comes down to it. Or sorry, shoot and move rather. So it's weak in the front. That's got 90 and 30. So I don't normally like doing an alpha strike for this, but like I said, double AC 20, that's something we want off the battlefield.
We can do this. Let's go. You like that?
So the hope here is Behemoth's going to be able to do something about the
Sensor lock detected.
be able to do something about the Thunderbolt. Well, at least I get a direct shot on it, so it still has some evasion chevrons,
Roger
but
that.
I have sort of my two tanks hiding in the woods, and they're sort of the obvious target. Now the question is, do I want to precision strike this? Being able to take out a leg would be pretty strong.
Affirmative.
Nice. Showboat's going to be able to take advantage of that. Definitely want to get Cyclops into those woods.
Damage minimal.
Come on, Neck Warriors. It's go time.
Okay, so question number 1, can she target? Yes, she can. Okay, sadly not enough to finish the job. But I'm going to find the best evasion that keeps me from burning up. Really no way I'm going to be able to... Okay, and if I do a standard move, still not much. Okay. She's definitely taken a bit of a beating. I'm going to run the risk here that somebody goes over the mountain to target her. Yeah, the Highlander laughs at its feeble attempts. Okay, so Beefeater gets some interesting options here. I do get to go to the woods, so good news there. Now, normally I would spread the love, but in this case, I need to knock down the Thunderbolt. So at this point, I don't really care. So, I mean, it's a bonus if I get to take out the leg, but we know we're knocking it over no matter what. So we'll just let her have it with the LRMs. And we did take out the left leg, so it's prime target for a called shot.
Damage detected.
Or it would have been, but it gets to stand up this turn, so. That's very courageous. I think the Highlander's going to have something to say about that. Okay.
Standing by.
Does leave me out in the open, but... Nah, you know what? As much as I love doing that move, gotta use it at the right time. So the real dilemma here is getting a good targeted strike on the... Okay, so if I just stand and deliver... So this thing's got 145... Okay, so I know I'm not going to be able to... I'm not going to be able to just send in the Victor to mop it up. So we'll go for a lucky... We'll kind of go for... I'm going for a little bit of a Hail Mary here on being able to hit the other leg. This is mostly because I kind of want to take the Thunderbolt if I can.
Let's see how you like this. Scored a critical hit.
That thing is very close to getting knocked over. All right.
Waiting on you, Commander.
Well, I have my my answer then. So I'll make sure she's still in the woods. I'm going to use the SRM on the Thunderbolt, so it's going to wind up being... It's probably not going to damage the thing that I want, but the SRM's not going to do too much damage, and then we'll focus the Shadowhawk down with the rest of the weapons.
Line them up and I'll shoot them down, Commander.
So this is a perfect thing for Showboat to work on. And again, these are my tanks. They've got bulwarks, so they're not going to take as much damage in the woods, and they're in sort of my scariest mechs, so there's not too much I need to worry about. All right. Now a big worry here is about heat. In fact, the real shame here is that I'm not going to be able to do as much damage as I want on that target that's just sitting there. But I do have machine guns that I can open up with. See, that tasty, tasty center armor is now exposed. It's a shame, but...
Special delivery! Should have run when you had the chance.
If you disable it without destroying it, do you get salvage? Yes, I believe you get more salvage if you... I believe you get more salvage if you leg it, or if you get a headshot, I believe you basically get the mech intact, assuming that you take it. Obviously, there's the whole looting priority and whatnot, so you're never... There's kind of no real guaranteed drops, but it's reasonably safe to say that you get some goodies. Also, hi, Uncle Cranky. For those of you unfamiliar with Uncle Cranky, he is a gentleman that we found through... Well, we found. Outworld brought my attention to him. Outworld is a wonderful Australian streamer. And Uncle Cranky, in addition to being a mod for the illustrious Outworld, is also a talented streamer in his own right. So you can give him a follow if you are so inclined. All right. I'm not crazy about this option because this leaves Beefeater open to retaliation from both the 80-ton and the Shadowhawk, as well as all the turrets. But the Cyclops is fresh, so I'm going to be able to split the attention between the two. Sorry, I don't remember if I said, but he's been doing a Bioshock playthrough. I originally saw him playing Bioshock 2, but he's moved on to Bioshock Infinite. That's probably an important detail that I should have covered. Okay, so LRMs go to the PPC carrier, although I think the things it'll be damaging aren't as relevant, and all my other options have to be on the Shadowhawk. Now, if we're lucky, we'll take out the Shadowhawk. I don't think we will be because it's got its side facing to me, so the likelihood of getting a center, like a torso hit, is pretty low, on top of the fact that it's all 50% chances to hit. But it's what I've got. I mean, it's the whole reason I moved Beefeater here, so...
Engaging multiple
Oh, sorry, you're on to The Witcher. I was watching you play The Witcher too. Sorry, you go through games a lot faster than I do. I can't remember, Uncle Cranky. Do you play Battletech yourself? I know you watch Outworld play it, and I've heard you talk about some of the MechWarrior games, but I don't remember if you play Battletech itself.
Warning. Armor low.
Okay. So that was kind of the thing I was worried about with Beefeater, but that's fine because we've got Behemoth and Glitch
Waiting
to
for
fix the problems. Still can't move Behemoth to the awesome attack. Alright, so my real problem with this setup is that I don't get any good targets from my Gauss rifle. But that might be a blessing in disguise. Because what I'm going to do now instead is I'm going to get the Highlander to focus... Oh no, I can't get him to focus on the Shrek PPC carrier. Never mind. We're going to target the... We're going to target the Shadowhawk, but we're not going to do any precision strikes. We're just going to open up with everything. You don't do turn-based stuff, it hurts your brain and you have a terminal case of the dump. Not even like XCOM?
Warning. Enemy sensor lock detected.
I have to really thank you for stopping by the stream then, because like I almost exclusively do turn-based stuff. This must be the most tedious stream that you watch. So the question is, how much danger do I want to put the Victor in? The Victor's almost completely fresh. But that's going to change really quickly once the bad guys start looking at me. I think for taking out a PPC carrier that's got 3 PPCs on it, I'm willing to make the exception. So it's 91 to hit the front. It's got 58 and 30. Yeah. I'll add the SRM for good measure, but we should only need the AC-20.
Here we go.
I blew it. So the good news is, I believe my Phoenix Hawk should be able to do something about that PPC carrier before things get too scary.
There's work to do.
Or it would have if I didn't... If I didn't run it so hot. Okay, so the real danger here is that The real danger here is that I'm going to put the Phoenix Hawk in range of all of this, like all of this weaponry.
Enemy reinforcements detected.
As I suspected, Commander, we picked up additional pirate forces closing on your position. Okay, this is going to get really hairy. Curious where those reinforcements are. It's got 8. Okay, I'm going to do the called shot. If she doesn't hit it, it's bad.
Tell me what to shoot.
This is entirely so I could bug her out the next turn, but okay. Gonna put Beefeater to the edge of the woods. Fortunately, he's got multiple targets. Oh no, he doesn't, because he can only strike with the LRM. All right, well, I mean, the PPC carrier is the focus. There we go. Okay.
Enemy unit destroyed.
So my heavies are going to start picking apart these turrets where they can, but I expect they're going to be at least doing a little to the Phoenix Hawk, and it's not that survivable. It's really survivable when you just leap over the map with the jump jets, but the problem is that generates a lot of heat. So, all right.
Receiving you.
The real question is when I want to put. That's 150. That's not going to be enough. All right, I think the time has come for me to start putting the big guys into play. So we're going to need to... It means I'm going to need to put the Highlander and the Victor in a little bit of danger for the start, but at least we'll be able to take out the turrets before the reinforcements start doing things. So I think I'll take out the LRM mostly just because it's going to be able to target my my more precious assets. I thought the Alpha Strike was too much, but honestly, if I turned off one or two of those weapons, it may still be standing up. So the other reason for the jump, of course, is that it makes the Highlander a relatively more attractive target than the Phoenix Hawk, which is what I need for the Phoenix Hawk right now.
What can I do for you?
Okay, so glitch. The best move is one that lets me get high ground and forest defense. I don't think I'm going to be able to pull that off, though, so...
No sweat.
I'll take the high ground bonus. And it's 150 armor, so in this case I think we will Alpha Strike it.
Bang! You're dead!
Alright. We still haven't seen what the reinforcements
ya.
look like. So this is definitely a danger move, but the good news about it is that I get the maximum possible evasion. Now the thing is that turrets do get to turrets are able to give you a like able to lock on. But the hope here is that I'm going to be able to get a little intelligence without too much risk. So 55, 65, that's no joke. But again, I'm relying on the evasion here. And we're getting some eyes on the on a dangerous turret. Okay, we're right at the edge of our heat. So there is a side of me that's tempted to do vigilance, but I think Showboat is going to be moving ahead of everyone anyway. So
Got it.
this at least softens up the sniper turret. I'm pretty sure the Cyclops is going to be able to mop it up with the LRMs. But obviously, I'm going to need to move in myself because the enemy's now on its way to us. Now, clearly, my preference would be to like get a sensor lock on the 55 or 65 ton. Probably my priority is going to be the 65 ton. But for now, let's worry about taking out the sniper turret. It's got 42 armor. I've got tons of LRM ammo, though, so... Alright, still not close enough to fire any of the mediums, so... 2 LRMs is probably overkill, but I've got the ammo, so... Again, removing things that'll get sensor locks on my Phoenix Hawk, and also the fact that it's been firing PPCs at me is reason enough to spend some ammo on it. So the good news is that the enemy's flying blind now. I definitely want to get the Highlander into the fight, so we'll move it closer. But this round's going to be about doing some damage to the buildings, and I need to make sure I turn off the Gauss rifle because it doesn't have an infinite amount of ammo. We'll actually turn off the LRM as well. It's 100. Yeah, that's fine.
Target acquired.
I'm reading heavy damage to an enemy structure. Structure down. It's history.
Target destroyed.
There's going to be a similar argument with Glitch's move here where
Waiting on you,
I'm
Commander.
going to go after... So I think there's still a turret waiting for us on the edge here. The question is whether or not I'm going to be able to reach it. Not really. But I am at least going to be able to jump over the fiery bits.
Taking the high road.
So in this case here, I'm going to leave my AC off because I've only got 11 more shots with it, and we are going to be facing an enemy lance soon. But I am going to be able to share some love on the reinforced building. I don't think it's going to be enough to take it out, but yeah, close, but... Alright, not too worried about a Griffin. We should be able to... I think with a precision strike, we should actually be able to take that out on our own. In fact, Showboat is doing exactly what I want her to do, so I'm going to reserve her. And if I'm lucky, the enemy's going to waste all of their attacks on trying to take her. That's fantastic. So I'm still going to reserve her down. She's giving me very valuable information about where the enemy is. So that was almost certainly an AC-20 that just went whizzing by my head.
Waiting for orders.
So the real question now is how much risk do I want to put? Oh, wait, I don't need to put her in any risk. So let's knock down the chevrons on the Thunderbolt because it's out in the open.
Time to die.
So, I mean, whatever damage I do, so much the better. But the real secret behind that move was... Ooh. I was thinking I'd be able to get away with a little bit more than that. The real secret behind this was just me trying to be able to jump away. I'm actually slightly tempted to do Vigilance to make sure that she's able to move ahead of the bad guys, but I think that's
Don't
true
need to tell me twice.
anyway. I'm completely fine with them wasting LRMs on my fortified Highlander.
Damage minimal.
So the next question is, what do I want to use Beefeater for? There is definitely a risk for me, or you know what? I don't actually see any need for me to go on that rocky territory, so we will set ourselves up. I do want to worry about that 60-tonner, but the thing is that I have some better opportunities here with my Cyclops, so we'll say... Again, knocking down chevrons for the Thunderbolt, mopping up some buildings. So a... Oh, that's all got a BB. Okay, well, we'll save the SRM ammo. We will do 2 medium lasers just in case one misses inexplicably. And again, the Thunderbolt is primarily about knocking down chevrons, but we do have the bonus to stability damage, so that is a nice side effect.
Target building destroyed.
What's up, boss?
Okay, so the temptation's to go into the water so that my heat buildup isn't as big, but I'm not really suffering from that. So I'm just going to get a little closer. We're going to completely ignore the Griffin because it has a lot of evasion and it's in the trees. And how are we? I've got 100 resolve, so in this case it makes sense to do the precision strike. And the question is, do I want to try and go for the legs? Or do I just want to try and do the stability damage by going straight for the center? So it's 146 armor in the center. I think let's just take
taking the shot.
We'll take the chances that we can get. It was worth it.
Enemy down. I hear ya.
So Glitch is my better gunner. The tricky question now is, do I try and do some kind of hero shot on the 60-ton? Oh, that's interesting. Now, you know what? I'm feeling a little cocky, so that is a dragon. Okay, so that was an AC-10 that was shooting. Oh no, an AC-5 that was shooting at us. It's got 90 and 70. You know what? Let's go for the headshot.
Take this.
Yeah, worth a try. Okay, that's smart because it's taking refuge in the rubble.
Took a heavy hit there.
Okay, so Showboat's still got some armor, but we definitely want to protect her, so one mild temptation is to do like a huge leap and then take the Griffin from behind. Problem with this move is that exposes me to the turret and the Griffin. Okay, so I gotta make sure that he's still sort of in... Okay, he's out of sensor range. What I'm trying to do is jump to a spot where ideally I'm still in the water. Okay, still in sensor range. Yeah.
Affirmative.
So this is going to give me a chance to cool off. And I'm going to take that sensor lock to help me out on that Griffin. He's starting to annoy me a little bit. Now I could double up the sensor lock, but on this one I'm just going to alpha strike it, I think. I'm going to move... Nope, I want to get in closer so that I can... Okay, I don't like being on rocky terrain like this, but it's the option I've got. This is mostly about knocking down the evasion chevrons again.
All weapons.
So Glitch is starting to run a little hot, but the good news is I'm going to be able to move her into the woods, and she's still got a lot of her armor anyway. All right.
Waiting for orders.
Thinking my decision is going to depend on the outcome of this attack. So there are honestly better odds, and I think by doing this move, that LRM turret is going to get a sensor lock on me. But I am at least going to be able to hollow out that dragon.
And stay down.
So the hope here,
Ready for orders.
it's not the perfect, oh actually hang on, not quite enough for my favorite move. Really? What are my chances from here? Alright. I think this is just going to be a stand... No, you know what? Screw that. Let's be brave.
We can do this. Let's go.
Can't you Super Mario people in this just jump on their heads? That was what I was going to try and do, but the Highlander doesn't quite have the distance to pull that off. But you and I are definitely thinking the same thing, Uncle Cranky. All right, sadly, I'm not in machine gun range, but I should still be able to make some magic happen with this move. The magic did not happen. Fortunately, I am going to be able to do some nasty things to the bad guys. So, LRMs are still looking good. This, frankly, is all about knocking down the Griffin. If we take it out, great. But I'm not going to shed a tear if we don't. So, and okay, that's got 50, so
Engaging multiple targets.
okay, so not enough to take it out, but we at least knocked it down. It's probably going to stand up next turn. I don't think I have... Yeah, because that's a move 3, so on turn 2 it's going to stand up again. Okay, interesting. It went for the highly evasive Phoenix Hawk, and the good news about that is it's now standing still for Behemoth to finish off. Again, regrettably, we're not close enough to do the really exciting move, but let's precision strike it in the center. It's got 64 left, so in this case I'm going to let the Gauss rifle take a break. I may regret doing this. Oh, am I ever going to regret doing that?
Reporting critical hit.
Gives the Phoenix Hawk something to do next round.
Good to go.
Okay, so normally Glitch would deal with the... Oh, you know what?
On my way.
Let's see how much health the... So the LRM turret's got 150, so 157. So let's pretend that I wanted to spread the attention. Yeah, you know what? Screw the buildings.
No problem. I've got enough guns for everyone.
I suck! How did I miss that? I accomplished nothing!
There's work to do.
Okay. Can I fire my machine guns? No, I cannot. I'm not ready to do the DFA on that one. Heat's a little high, but I think we should be able to manage this. I am going to do the precision strike. I mean, it's the only thing left on the board, so I was afraid that was going to happen. Okay, so we don't get to do the large laser, but we do get the machine guns on something that's only got 45 health left, so here's hoping.
Firing on target. That's a kill.
So as long as the LRM turret isn't able to do anything too scary, we should be fine. I don't think I'm going to be able to do the Super Mario, Uncle Cranky, but as long as you stick with me, and I've got a Highlander in the party, Super Marioing is a distinct possibility. Okay, I think I'm going to do all my LRMs just because I screwed up on that last one. This has got 59 health left, so unfortunately I need to... You know what? I'll dedicate 2 medium layer, so that's what? 8 16th, that's 32. Yeah. All right. No! That wasn't what I wanted to do, but we will be able to destroy the facility structures at our leisure.
Waiting for orders. Moving to position. Firing on target. Brought it down, Commander. What can I do for you?
Okay, so that's the one with 59. That's got 50.
Got it.
It's time to bug out. Get to the LZ for extraction.
Brought it down, Commander.
Commander, the area has been cleared. Darius has given me the green light to land immediately. Hold position.
Mission successful.
Alright, so that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I definitely think that there was an advantage just in terms of positioning that we got. I don't know if I'll get so lucky on the other maps. Or maybe I'm just getting better at the game. I don't know. But that was fun. I know it's been a little quieter the last couple of days, so if any of you feel like mentioning anything interesting that happened to you or anything you're looking forward to do on the weekend, let me know. All right, excellent work, Commander. I was right to put my faith in you. You're a critical part of the restoration effort. So 25, 10, and 10. So oddly enough, that mission did wind up paying for our monthly expenses. And nothing got a scratch on it, although the Phoenix Hawk was definitely getting low on armor. Okay, so if I want to spare Shadowhawk, I can get it. I can get myself a new Thunderbolt. So there's a side of me that really wants to pick up those AC-20. Oof. The arm mod, cockpit mod. Yeah, there's some really good scrap in here, actually. Less DFA damage would be good for the Highlander. So I'll grab one of the Thunderbolt in the hope that I get it on the rest of the scrap assignment, but I definitely want this leg mod for my my Highlander. We did not get an extra Thunderbolt. In fact, we got pretty much nothing. Gladiatorial mech combat takes place on the world of Solaris 7 and is broadcast and wagered on throughout known space. I seem to remember there was like a pseudo MMO based on Solaris, but I actually don't remember, or not remember, but like I don't actually know the details about how that worked. I think we're on D. Okay, so let's get our goodies loaded up. This would be for the Highlander. It'd be nice if I could get like reduced damage for the... Oh, crap. I should have paid attention to that. Alright, I definitely am not replacing double heat sinks for the ability to do cool DFAs. Yeah, that's a shame. I probably would have gotten the Thunderbolt in that case. Oh well. My bad. These mechs look so great. They're a little different from what I think the miniatures look like. Like, particularly the Highlander and the Shadowhawk tend to look a little bit sort of chunkier or boxier than the other ones, but I actually really like the look of the mechs in this. I think the other thing too is that because they do tend to be just these very sort of brutal looking machines, when you have something like the Phoenix Hawk that look like it just looks quite a bit more sleek by comparison. Or even the Jenner for that matter. Like, again, there's definitely angles and whatnot, but kind of comparing it to some of these alternatives. And then, of course, you get something like the Cyclops, which looks quite a bit more unique for its... more so for the cockpit, I think. But I don't know. I like these little touches. Okay, well, there's really only one thing we're going to do. We're restricted from the pirate mission. So we can do corporate secrets for peanuts. I mean, decent scrap, I suppose, but it's a desert fight against a strong enemy for someone who is not my main client, or I can get almost 1.5 million for scrap, then 18 total, and we can assist Milady. So proceed to Smithen and protect its people from the Taurians. Early reports suggest a tight battlefield. Because of this, we recommend a Lance loadout that strikes a balance of mobility, durability, and firepower. Further details will be provided upon your arrival. We all saw what the Taurians did to Lord Corrosis, to his entire palace. They haven't stopped there. They're butchering the people of Smithen, and we're going to stop them.
By your command.
So, I mean, we don't really have that much that's different in terms of the loadout.
Hey, boss. We've just completed those upgrades.
Okay, that's good news on the med bay. Unfortunately, I don't think I can afford any other upgrades. So the top tier med bay, hospital bay, that's 2.7 million. Chance of death from incapacitating damage is 5% less likely. Chance of death from lethal damage is 5% less likely. 5% isn't a ton, but that is definitely a top priority. I mean, the actual cost to me for this is going to be staggering. So 720,000 for high capacity power conduits plus the 2.7 million. So effectively, I'm looking at about 3.25 million C-bills to do that. But the not losing mech warriors as often as I am is 100% worth it. Even though this means that I'm going to be delaying the the variety of mechs. So yeah, an important thing here is we're waiting until after the financial report before I upgrade my mech warriors. In fact, I think we'll just wait till we arrive at Smithen to do the job. One thing I was going to say too about Battletech, I know I've been focused a lot on playing this lately. I mean, one, I just really enjoy the game. I am going to be doing some more Stellaris in future. And I do want to get back to Age of Wonders Planetfall as well. But I do have a couple of other games in mind that I haven't actually done on stream before. But one of the things for me is that I really enjoyed spending the time with Far Cry 3. And I definitely like giving some more attention to specific games. So I'm not locking myself into focusing on one game primarily for the whole time, but I am at least kicking the tires on the idea. Because especially when I find a game that I really like, it's nice to be able to sort of spend some proper time with it. I do notice, depending on the game, it can actually result in an overall lower viewership, which is kind of against the conventional wisdom, which says that if you consistently stream the same thing, you grow your audience. But I am interested in some feedback, because obviously it's been a while where I've been doing this sort of thing. So if you have any opinions about the more consistent return to certain games, I'm open to it. All right, so I'm going to wait to go to Smithen just because I'm not 100% sure who I'm taking with me on the mission. And people are going to get some time in the simulator while we're on our way. Again, a little something like this just before we're ready to go on a tough mission. I like those little details. Paper Duplis says, you like the variety for what it's worth. You play a lot of games you bounce off of. See this in Planetfall, and it's nice to get an idea of what high-level play looks like. So, sorry, Paper Duplis, like, does that mean that this whole idea of seeing Battletech this frequently isn't working for you as well? Because I think I might be... There's two ways that I can read your message, which is to say that, like, being able to see a game like this is good, because even though you don't necessarily enjoy it, being able to see someone who has a little bit more purchase on the game is nice. But technically, compared to what I normally do, which is like Stellaris one day, Battletech another, you know, what was the third? Darkest Dungeon probably on like a Friday or something like that. Technically, that's more variety, but it's sort of like, it's like a buffet. So that's correct. You like Battletech for a bit to get a fan's perspective on it, and you'd like that for other games as well. Gotcha. Okay. That's good to know. I'm not really like locked into a format, so it's interesting to see what people's responses are to this sort of stuff. So, Beefeater has... Alright, so got to kind of figure out what Beefeater's role in the unit is now. He's got the ability to scout stuff. He's got the ability to move ahead. So this actually gives him a fairly good claim to the Phoenix Hawk. Okay, so the overheat threshold's good. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm only able to do one thing. So I'd love to do something like gunnery or whatever to make him a better shot. The overheat threshold is a big bonus for me to be getting. Okay, I'm definitely taking Behemoth and Glitch, as is tradition. So the question is, do I want to do... So Tactics is going to give me a bonus to indirect fire, which I don't really get. I think we're going to sit on this and wait for the extra gunnery.
Good to go.
Glitch, the superhero, shockingly is not yet at a point where she'll get the extra piloting.
Waiting for orders.
So Showboat, I can move up the levels. So pound for pound, we've got Zap, who's good with the gunnery. All right, so Zap is actually the better of the two mech warriors. Just want to remember what it said about the... drat. It told me, like, bring variety. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. First thing, I was meaning to talk with Darius, because... Oh, not Darius. Alexander, because normally there's some story. I'd like to discuss the state of our war against the Directorate. It progresses, but at great cost. The Taurian Concordat has introduced a great deal of uncertainty into what is already a nightmare of a campaign. At least we still have Lady Centrala working on our side. Without the Magistracy's support, we'd be lost. Is that what Ostergaard did to Lord Corrosis? How are we supposed to stop him from doing that again? We can't. All we can do is warn the other founding houses and tell them to stay on the move. Ostergaard is a butcher, but he can't be everywhere at once. As formidable as the Iberia is, she's only one ship, and the periphery is a big place. It's a situation that can't last forever, but with luck it won't have to. As Lady Centrala said, her people are looking for a way through this. I have faith that they will find it eventually, and all we need to worry about is surviving until they do. Lady Arano seems to be hinging a lot on my company. It sounded like she intends to throw us against Ostergaard. Yes, but surgically and sparingly, to deflect the Taurians, not to destroy them. You'll see how this works after you deploy on Smithin. For what it's worth, I'll be rooting for you. For it all I need, Lord Madeira, let's talk about something else.
Be welcome.
Okay. Think I know how I want to think I know how I want to do the company. So this format's been working for me. The only other loadout I might consider would be to add the trebuchet. But Cyclops has been working well for me. So we're going to add Zap in the Cyclops. Zap is kind of my missile commander, and then we'll add Beefeater in the Phoenix Hawk. The only other thing that I could think of would be to put Beefeater in the Blackjack. So there's... Ooh, actually, you know what? The comm system with the extra morale. I definitely want sort of the scouting ability, but I think the Blackjack is a slightly more preferable option here. The ACs aren't really that strong. Like, the loadout here is relatively weak compared to some of the other stuff I'm doing, but it is a desert mission. So there's one other thing I want. I don't think I decided on Zap.
Waiting for orders.
Yeah, Zap has actually got quite a few points. So definitely bumping up the tactics for the indirect fire. Yeah, that's all she wrote.
Complete.
Let's see if this loadout pays off. So Beefeater and his good old-fashioned Blackjack. Again, I need to reconsider the loadout on this, or possibly consider a new vehicle for the commander. But in the current state of things, so I can't bring the Jenner because it runs too hot. Vindicator maybe, but I don't get the advantage of the multi-target isn't quite as exciting because it tends to be a little bit better at sniping, and he's not the best pilot, so I lose the advantage of the physical attacks. Hunchback would be cool because of the AC-20, but the problem on this one is I need something mobile. So basically anything that doesn't have jump jet. Okay, so maybe here's a better way to think about it. I'm looking for something with jump jets because this guy's going to be spotting. And of course, I'm also taking advantage of the higher initiative. So my ideal, of course, is to take a medium because it effectively it gets the initiative advantage of a light, but it gets sort of the firepower and armor of the medium. So for scouting purposes, that means I need something with jump jets. So Jenner's out because it runs too hot. Phoenix Hawk's out because it runs too hot. That leaves me with the Blackjack, the Vindicator, and the Shadowhawk. The Vindicator and the Shadowhawk are tempting options. I'll say Vindicator gives, even though Glitch also has multi-target, I think there's just a little, I don't think there's quite enough firepower for me to justify it. I think the Shadowhawk might have more. No, actually both are 3. So it's the Blackjack. Yeah, Blackjack definitely has the highest firepower. So Shadowhawk has the higher armor, but again, I don't have any of the benefits of my high guts or anything like that. The other consideration might be, it's like, okay, well, let's say jump jets aren't that important. What else might I want to consider? Well, high tactics, not necessarily getting in direct fire. Maybe I want something with LRMs. Again, that's an argument for the Vindicator or the Shadowhawk. But the biggest argument against the Vindicator and the Shadowhawk here is the fact that I've got the comm system loaded up in the Blackjack. So bonus 3 resolve gain is really hard to pass up in my current format. So again, it's kind of Beefeater moving one round, and we're waiting for everybody else to go on. I am definitely getting used to moving last in the initiative, but Cyclops is a sort of a missile boat. The Victor, Glitch's sharpshooting is incredible. And with an AC-20... In fact, there's a small argument to actually put Glitch in the Behemoth because the Gauss cannon... sorry, not the Behemoth, the Highlander. The thing is, there's a mech called the Behemoth. It's just a 4-legged mech, so there's really no reason for me to be mistaking it. I don't believe the Behemoth is in this game. If it is, I'd be amazed, but yeah, the AC-20, the Gauss cannon is cool. The AC-20 does enough damage with the Victor that I'm happy to kind of put Glitch in in that role. And again, because Behemoth is so good at... basically, because Behemoth is so good at the... Well, theoretically so good at the physical attacks, I'm willing to put her in the big, you know, sort of melee-focused Highlander. One other thing that I just want to focus on as well here... the one thing that doesn't work for me is the fact that she's got coolant vent, because the Highlander almost never overheats compared to Glitch with her Victor, which is very frequently overheating. But again, until I wind up in a situation where I can really make an argument that Glitch is best suited for the physical attacks, I'm sticking with this loadout. Anyways, I filibustered enough. Let's see whether or not my company survives. I am, again, really tempted to put Zap back in the Trebuchet just because it does throw out more missiles, but it's a little harder to argue for the Trebuchet now that I've got the extra stability damage for the LRM-10s. So it's, I think the extra stability damage is enough to justify bringing the Cyclops in, although I'd kind of like a better Cyclops, to be honest. So, protect the Croesus dropships. At least 2 dropships must survive. Protect the docking pads, fuel reservoirs. Okay, actually, this is particularly good then, because I've got such a good defensive force. Protect the docking pads, fuel reservoirs. In the wake of Commodore Ostergaard's initial attack, Taurian battle mechs have continued to wreak havoc on the general population. We have dropships en route to evacuate as many refugees as they can carry, but the Taurians will target them if they get the chance. I need you to deny them that opportunity. If Ostergaard were pulling this anywhere but the Reach, the whole Inner Sphere would be screaming about war crimes. We can't let the Taurians get away with what they're doing here, Commander. Punish them for it.
Command interface
All right.
initiated.
That's a lot of positions to protect. The spaceport in front of you is packed wall-to-wall with civilians, most of them refugees from the capital. The Taurians have been targeting them as enemy combatants. I need your help to keep those people safe until we can evac them to safety. We have 3 of the late Lord Croesus dropships en route to assist with the evacuation, and the captain of each vessel will call in on approach. Shepard 1 will be heading for docking pad Alpha. Shepard 2 is set to dock at pad Charlie. Shepard 3 is heading for pad Bravo. You'll need to keep the enemy's eyes on you and away from the docking pads. Above all, you'll need to keep them from firing on the docking pads' fuel reservoirs while the dropships are being loaded. Any hostiles that you fail to engage will almost certainly target the fuel tanks. If they manage to take one out, the resulting explosion will wipe out everything nearby. Dropships, refugees, you name it. You can see a fuel tank's estimated blast radius in red on your screen.
Good luck, Commander. The Taurians aren't going to make this easy. Protect our ships. Help them get our people home safe.
Okay, so I've got a Jenner and a Thunderbolt up against us first. If I can, I definitely want to... Okay. So my first move would have been to target the Jenner first. The fact that Beefeater's not going to be able to engage it right away, I'm going to reserve him instead and hope that the Jenner's going to come to me. Now, of course, it's going to get the evasion for all of the movement, but... that's a few Jenners, actually. Fortunately, we've got some physical attacks that we can do on these guys. So I'm going to reserve him again. So it's an Enforcer and a Thunderbolt. At this point, I'm just going to reserve to number 1 and see what we can get away with. Okay, so that's all sprinting. I really like this song.
Yes, Commander.
Oh, really? Alright. I'll at least glitch to do the physical attack.
Coordinates received. This is gonna be good.
As long as you keep attacking those hostiles, they won't be able to focus on the fuel tanks. Keep pressuring them, Commander. So I think Unsteady just got rid of the evasion. Yep, so this guy's in trouble. I don't really want to, I don't want to commit too much, but I am going to put the ACs on this guy. I think actually in this case I'm going to open up with everything, but I mostly want to focus on the ACs because it'll knock him over.
All weapons committed. Enemy mech destroyed.
Okay, so if I can get a shot on the Battlemaster, I'll take it. Doesn't look like a great opportunity though.
Coordinates received.
Yeah, it's all LRMs it looks like. Okay, that's fine. So I'm just going to knock down the Battlemaster's chevrons and we'll make sure that Zap's able to
I'm here.
maximize his effectiveness.
I'm going.
So it does mean that the Cyclops is taking point against this enemy lance. This isn't normally how I would want it divided, but again, as long as they are not focusing on any of the drop pads, I'm going to be happy. It does say there's 10 hostiles, so I hope they're all coming through this narrow passageway. If not, there's probably going to be tears.
Locking target.
So again, the real shame here is that they sprinted this turn. It means a lot of our attacks are going to be meaningless against them. Shepard 1 incoming. Full burn approach. Destination Pad Alpha. Got enemy flankers incoming. Engage them before they take out the dropship. Ooh.
Concentrate all fire on those dropships. Take them out, or you'll have Ostergaard to answer to.
Okay, this is actually going to get a little scary. I'm not really able to deal with the flankers. I'm going to reserve. So the one bit of good news for me is if they all sprint, I'm going to be able to take them apart one by one.
Well, I got a sensor trace.
Yeah. I think I'm still going to reserve Beefeater.
Standing by.
Okay, so he's going for the high ground. Yeah, this is gonna be a really tough mission.
Standing by.
They have this huge advantage from the fact that they're sprinting these turns, but the sprints are gonna stop and they're gonna be opening fire on the really precious infrastructure. So I'm gonna need to be really careful on what I want to attack. Oh, that's going to complicate things a lot, actually. Okay.
Waiting for orders.
Okay, so unfortunately I'm not able
Good
to
to go.
do any physical attacks. Oh, that's not true. Can physical attack the Thunderbolt. Now, the shame here is that I'm not able to use the missiles, but I think in this case, I'm willing to try and make it unsteady. Nice.
Waiting on you, Commander.
This is definitely a glitch attack. So I want to make sure that she's still able to target these guys in the higher area. But this is definitely going to be one where I precision strike. I was really hoping that that was going to be the center torso. That was weak.
Commencing Alpha Strike. Commander. Aye, aye.
I don't really like the odds on this strike, but I think what I'm just going to do is I'm going to do an alpha strike. Oh. Yeah, let's hope we hit the middle. If nothing else, we'll knock it over. In fact, with Beefeater... Oh, nice. Okay, the turrets took care of that. So this means Beefeater will be able to help out with the flankers. I don't think he can take them on his own, but... Okay, so we're not able to jump in and save the day. What about sprinting? Well, sprinting does two things. One, it gets me closer, and it gets me out of the blast radius in the worst case scenario. Okay, that's encouraging. The less attention I need to pay on the... Ooh, Shepard 2 incoming. Full burn approach. Destination, Pad Charlie. Got too many dropships coming down at once. Shepard 1 has arrived. More hostiles incoming. Keep their focus on you and away from those dropships.
Advance. For honor, for liberty, and for the Torian Concordat.
This is... definitely going to be character building.
I take no pleasure in this, Lady Arano, but we're under orders. You can end this by surrendering to Commodore Ostergaard. Until you do, your people will suffer for you.
Engaging jump jets.
Wow. There's like no chance of me hitting the spider.
All weapons committed.
I should have reserved, but the problem with reserving means that they're going to get free shots on the dropships, so anything I can do to occupy them is the priority. Okay, I can live with that.
Damage minimal.
That's a fuel reservoir. You have to keep those hostiles engaged. Keep the pressure on, and don't let them focus on the fuel reservoirs. I wonder how long it takes to fuel a ship. I'm liking how few chevrons this Jenner has. The problem is I really don't know if I want to be dedicating an assault mech to taking out a light. Okay, so we definitely need to do something about this Battlemaster.
I hear ya. You betcha.
That's fresh too. All right.
Got it. Another hit like that and you're toast.
Standing by.
Now the question is, what do I want to do with this Highlander?
Roger.
It's kind of foolish to think that the Highlander is going to be able to do anything about the flankers on the side here, but I'm going to try the precision strike on the center of the Battlemaster just because that's one of the highest priority targets.
Firing a full salvo.
At the very least it knocks it down. Okay, good. So this means that I can free up Zap to deal with one of the other flankers.
Destroyed.
Okay. The turrets might be able to deal with this Jenner. So the question is,
Hey, wait your command.
what do I do with Zap? So, the thing that scares me about this is that I'm actually turning my back on the enemies doing this.
Acknowledge.
And that's actually the thing that makes this work really well, because it's mostly lights that he's up against. Not exactly what I had in mind, but that's fine, because it's still going to occupy the two lights. So we'll see whether or not this pays off. Shepard 2 has arrived. This is Shepard 1, our payload's secure and we're preparing for launch. Alright, so unless they can do some really serious damage to the fuel reservoirs this turn, we should be okay. Yeah, that Jenner's focused on the defenders, so I'm okay with that. Again, it's a rear shot on the Cyclops, but the Cyclops is an assault, so I can live with a little damage. Now the really tough call on this one is whether or not I want to try and do an attack. My chances to hit are not great on the Commando here, but it is a rear shot. So I'm really taking him out of the fight on this one, but I'm also potentially taking out an enemy, so... not a good call. That frees up the spider to do damage to the fuel reservoir. The good news is that the enemies that I'm taking out are the ones that do the most damage. Oh, good. I'm taking damage on the structure, which isn't good, but
Warning. Armor breached.
they're not focusing on their target. Cool. This is the big thing. We bought the time. That scares me a lot. I'm pretty sure we're going to lose that fuel. Okay, I don't know what just targeted the Highlander, but that was something that does a lot of damage.
Heavy fire.
Oh, it was the Enforcer. Dude, I need you focusing on one target right now. You're... Okay.
I'm receiving you.
So priority number 1 for Zap is I need to be targeting the bad guys over here.
I'm walking here.
And I'm going to be trying... I'm hoping the way that this mission works... What's the fuel reservoir at? It doesn't say what the health is, but it's not looking good. I'm hoping that by targeting both, it's going to pull their attention away from the fuel reservoir. If I can, my priority is to take out the Panther, but the problem is that I just don't think I have the forces in the area. Okay, that's great.
Yes, Commander.
Okay, so I do get a shot on the Panther. I'm actually willing to do the jump jet. I'm not willing to go in the blast radius, but I am willing to jump for it.
I copy.
And this is absolutely one that I do the precision strike on. So we'll go straight for the center because Panther isn't that strong. I really need to take out the PPC.
Taking the shot.
Not quite enough. Oh! Oh, I needed just one thing to hit to knock it over.
What can I do for you?
And unfortunately, Glitch does not have LRMs on this thing. That's a crying shame. Okay, let's focus on what we can. Do get a shot on the Jenner if I want, but that puts me in a dangerous position. I think the better thing for me to do right now is to focus on what I can take out, and that'll be the Enforcer. Because the Enforcer is also able to do some damage to this fuel reservoir as well. So...
This should be good.
Oh, does it get knocked down? Yes! So we're not out of the woods on it, but we might have bought them a fighting chance. Shepard 3 is incoming. Full burn approach. Destination Pad Bravo. Shepard 1 is away. Shepard 2 here. We've got a hold full of civvies and we're preparing for launch. So this thing just needs to survive this round. Okay, that's a smart move on Glitch.
You can fry an egg in here.
So, the big problem that I have is I don't have a lot. So I can focus on the fire starter. I've really got a 1 in a million shot on the Panther, huh? Problem is, I have no heat dissipation to take advantage of it, so I'm gonna do a standard move. Really? I don't get a shot on the spider? Do you get a shot on the commando? Yeah, I need to protect Blackjack while he gets some kind of heat dissipation.
Engaging target.
That's a pretty sorry display.
No damage detected.
That thing's got a large laser too, so maybe I should have done a physical attack now that I think of it. Okay, that's encouraging. I think we're actually going to get Shepherd 2 off the ground. It really depends what happens to this Panther. Okay, it's going to make it hard to defend the third dropship, but we bought ourselves some time. I can live with that.
Light damage. Holding firm.
So the question now is going to be how I prioritize the remaining targets. We've got 6 in play, I think, and we don't have a lot of AI to help us out. Firestarter is kind of a high priority because it's something that can prevent me from being able to use my existing mechs to the fullest. Panther's also a priority because of its PPC. Okay, well, that solves that. So they're half down.
Ready for orders.
Oh, I really hope that I'm able to target the Firestarter. I didn't want to commit to that move. Thank God. Okay. So yeah, the question is whether or not I want to target the Jenner or the Firestarter. On this one, I'm going to assume that the dropship leaves at the end of the round, and we're going to divide the attention between the Firestarter and the Enforcer.
One for you, and one for you.
I think I might get Glitch to do the physical attack on the Firestarter just because she's got to do something with her turn, and she clearly doesn't have the...
What can I do for you?
See, problem is that this may not be enough to take out the Firestarter.
Waiting on you, Commander.
If I stand and deliver, what's my heat build-up like? Okay, that's unexpected actually. So if I just go ham on the center torso, that solves my problem. Let's hope this works.
Tell me what to do.
Cool.
Gotcha.
It's a slightly more efficient form of damage mitigation.
Receiving you.
All right. In this case, we'll knock him down with the physical attack. That should be a knockdown.
Think I hit something good.
So the good news is I might actually be able to redirect some of my mech warriors' attention to the flankers on the left-hand side. Okay, Shepherd 3 has arrived. Shepherd 2 is away. Oh, you know what? There's probably going to be flankers that go after this top one. Neutrino says, I can add another game to the ones that you've bought after watching your stream. Did you get Battletech? I'm kind of curious how this one's going to turn out. Okay, they're going for the target. So that gives a really good that's a really good argument for targeting the bad guys here. Now I'm going to focus on the commando. The reason for this is that the spider's already moved. The damage that the spider can do to me has already been done. Commando hasn't done its action yet. So here I'm going to focus on the center torso. I'm going to open up with as much stuff as I can. And let's hope for the best. Well, I mean, I got something, but it's still going to be able to do damage. Bought Battletech today. We'll be playing it this weekend. Excellent. I hope you enjoy it. Let me know what you think of it when you stop by again. Well, assuming you stop by again. It's kind of a big assumption on my part. And thank you. I know I've said it before, Neutrino, but it really does mean a lot to me when people say, you know, either they picked something up or they checked out a game that they maybe wouldn't have otherwise as a result of the stream, because, you know, I'm definitely not a bigger streamer. And one of the perks about this is being able to share stuff that I find interesting with the people who, you know, people who maybe haven't had a chance to experience it. Okay, that's good. I think that's also a rear hit. Yeah, that was a rear hit on the commando. It just wasn't very effective. So we're not out of the woods yet. I do need to be focusing on... I need to be taking some pieces off the board. Okay, that was... I thought that was one of my mechs. I was like, whoa, what just happened? Okay.
Commander.
So this round is going to be all about taking out whatever I can. So this is a little counterintuitive what I'm doing. Actually, let's reevaluate the situation. I don't get to target multiple enemies.
Copy that.
Okay, so the assumption on this one is that the rest of my team is going to be able to deal with the bad guys. So we're going to take an LRM and a Gauss rifle to the back on the commando. This is definitely overkill, but...
Target locked on
Okay, there we go. There is nothing left of that thing.
Hostile eliminated.
So that leaves Beefeater available to take out this spider.
Waiting for orders.
Now, Glitch is definitely hurting on the heat. So if she just stands still. Okay, she's really limited to... So this thing's got 107 on the inside. Still carrying an autocannon. Honestly, at this point, let's just leg the thing. How much is left on that leg? 52. Okay, I am going to need to... See... Nah, I'm going to use the AC.
Time to die.
Okay, so it was the arm that was destroyed, but...
When I shoot you, you'll take it as light.
Presumably the autocannon's gone, which means the major danger from the Enforcer is now dealt with. So...
Standing by.
Zap is in a bit of a unique position. I'm curious... Yes, I do get to target both.
Rolling.
So I'm going to ignore the spider on this one, and this is because I'm hoping that I can sort of defang the remaining belligerents. Yeah, so not great chances to hit the Enforcer or the Jenner, but it's going to be enough to... It's going to be enough to give him to something to think about. Also, the Enforcer only has a small laser left, so in the worst case scenario, I can ignore the Enforcer in favor of taking out the spider and the Jenner.
Got it, Commander.
So again, we're not out of the woods, because if the fuel reserve goes up, it doesn't matter that it's a light. That's still going to take out the dropship. But
Reporting critical hit.
things are starting to look up. One day Behemoth will destroy every component on a mech at once. This is Shepard 3. We have the last of the refugees. Buy us another few minutes and we'll get out of here. So the question... This is really going to boil down to whether or not the lights can do enough to destroy the fuel. Now this is a really interesting problem. So the spider's already moved. So it's not going to have enough to destroy the fuel. So in this case here, I'm just going to do a long bomb on that Jenner. It's like a 1 in a million shot that we're going to do, but this is the last chance we have to stop it, right? So we're going to go for the center. That's not going to be enough to destroy the thing, but I don't have enough to take out the legs either. So, I mean, I can go for a headshot. That is actually the only... Again, this is like a total This is almost certainly not going to happen. But this is really the thing that's guaranteed to take out the Jenner. Everything else is going to be wishful thinking. So, yeah, not even close.
No damage detected.
But it looks like it's going out of range of the fuel. Okay, so they get away with it. The rest of this is just going to be about cleaning up the bad guys. Good news is Spider's standing still, so the Urano forces are going to be able to do some damage to it. Like I said, I can safely ignore the Enforcer unless we've dealt with everything else on the board. So, how do I want to play this?
I hear ya.
Oh, this will be interesting.
Time to fly.
I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to fire the stuff that I want, but yes, I am. This question is whether or not the targeted strike is worth it. Yeah, I think so. So do a precision strike in the center of the Jenner. It's still... Yeah, so again, it's a 1 in a million, but that sucks.
Commander?
Okay, I don't think there's any non-Euclidean geometry that allows me to target both mechs. So in this case, I'm going to focus on the Spider. This is just one of these rare chances where it's not guarded and hasn't moved. So if nothing else, we just can do a bunch of stability damage to it. Although if I was thinking, I should have moved around the back so that I could have hit more of that weak back armor. But
Got it, Commander.
so maybe an Urano.
Orders.
Oh, I can't Super Mario him. All right.
Ready for orders.
So again, I don't get to fire on multiple targets. But the Jenner is the actual threat. So I don't have any precision strikes, but at the very least I can try and go for a 1 in a million shot. Well, 3 attempts at a 1 in a million shot.
That's a kill.
Did what it had to do. It's really not the mech I wanted you shooting at, but Shepard 3 is away. Okay, good. No civilians were lost in the making of this film. Oh, I am so lucky I've not been losing gear.
Armor breached. Internal damage.
Okay, regrettably, I am not able to. I'm not able to deliver a real knockout with a physical attack, but I'll at least put myself in a little bit of cover. This is one of these cases where I am actually willing to do a precision strike. This is a little bit of a weak move, but I'm going to go for the leg.
Engaging target.
This is so I can get the knockdown and I get free targeting. It does mean that the back is no longer exposed, but that's a separate issue. At this point, we were just going to laugh at the Enforcer. Okay, I'm not entirely sure the right torso is the one you want to go for there, but you do you, buddy.
Good to go.
Let's get right, the Jenner is no longer a going concern. So if I turn... There's actually nothing for Glitch to do here. I need her to cool off.
Waiting for orders.
Alright. Behemoth doesn't have a world of options here, but... I could, like, use the jump jets and whatnot, but... Let's just put this thing out of its misery. I'm not gonna worry about a precision strike or anything like that.
Locking in all weapons.
I don't think there's gonna be anything left of this enforcer.
I live to serve.
Oh, this is interesting. So the only problem with this is that Zap's not going to be able to do a called... Well, okay, you know what? Let's do something that gives me less heat than when I started.
Affirmative. Enemy down.
Waiting for orders. Moving out.
So I would have kept her in the water, but this is a chance to finish the encounter. So let's work with what we got. Yeah, didn't need the extra shots, but you never know, right?
Bang! You're dead.
That's the last of them. Good job, Commander. If it wasn't for your lance, all those refugees would have died here today. Your mercenary fought well, Lady Arano, but know that this has only just begun. None of us can return home until you've been captured or killed, and for every Taurian mech that you destroy, 10 more will rise up to take its place. We will defeat them, Commander, just as we defeated you.
Mission successful.
So, Neutrino, I can't help but thinking of the Black Knight and Monty Python and the Holy Grail watching this. Instead of knights, it's mechs, rather than it's only a flesh wound, it might be it's only metal fatigue. So, did you buy Battletech on Steam, I'm guessing? If you did, the Steam achievements actually have a few references to Monty Python in there. Or actually, I guess GOG has achievements now, too. But yeah, there are actually achievements in the game that reference the Black Knight specifically for the reason you mentioned. I should have actually probably just let you discover that, but... Excellent work, Commander. I was right to put my faith in you. You're a critical part of the restoration effort. Now, 50% on a $1 million contract is huge, so that's a big windfall for us. For every mech you destroy, 10 more will rise up is the least Battletech combat philosophy imaginable. Yeah, so I'm just going to take a quick look at the achievements that... I won't tell you all the achievements that I've got. But I have got it's just a flesh wound, and we'll call it a draw, are two of the and 'tis but a scratch and I'm invincible are some of the achievements I have. Now, shockingly, nobody in the Lance took any injuries. We have a little bit of repairing to do. So the Victor took that heat damage, and the Blackjack's arms are very weak. But beyond just a little repair, we're okay. Behemoth definitely MVP this time with 3 mech kills. But honestly, everybody got a mech kill. Everybody got off the pads safely. So I was very... When they talked about the... When they talked about the reinforcements, I was extremely concerned because I didn't think I was going to be able to position people to defend the flanks. But either the game is designed in such a way to make me feel nervous, but not not actually make me face the consequences of my decision to bring all tonnage. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. Okay, now, definitely want a Battle Master. Those are pretty cool. I don't really need a command. I mean, I'll take it if they give it to me. Thunderbolt seems kind of cool, so I'll at least I'll pencil that in. It's not completing a Thunderbolt, though. Double Flamer, I haven't really got much use for Flamers right now. So jump jets and whatnot don't excite me. So there's not a lot of like deluxe material. So we'll add the good PPC, although I haven't been using too many PPCs lately. This is one funny thing for me actually in this game. I am noticing I'm using a lot. So like I think my heart belongs to the clans. But I definitely was very laser focused when I played the board game, and I notice in this game I use ballistics quite a bit more. I think that's partly from the way the game is set up, but I also am definitely learning the value of the stability damage. So decisions here probably don't require a lot of elaboration. I want a Battle Master, I want a Thunderbolt, and this is really the only gear that I'm going to, I'm probably going to see the I'm probably going to equip my my mechs with. As far as the decision to go for, the extra damage versus the higher accuracy, really this just boils down to the fact that I sort of expect my mech warriors to be pretty elite before too long. So my expectation will be that they have the gunnery to be able to deliver this damage without the technological advantages of Intech. All right, so we got enough to finish the commando anyway. We've got Panther part, Spider part. They gave us the crappy flamer, a bunch of large and medium lasers, and some, spare parts. 10 million worth of claim salvage, but I'm sure the majority of that's for the good mech parts that I picked up. Hopefully we get to see another cutscene. I don't think so, though. Doesn't strike me as the sort of thing where you'd see an event. But yeah, for the amount that mission was built up, I'm pleasantly surprised by how that went. The path forward, in orbit, Smithen. You've done it, Beefeater. You faced off against the Taurian war machine and forced it to retreat. And if they can be driven out of one system, they can be driven from another. Your actions today have restored hope to the Aurigan people, Beefeater. Know that. Believe it. This is, I'm going to call the Johnny Big Time option. Commander Andre Tion, Beacon of Hope. It has a nice ring to it, I've got to say, so. Or they can have all the hope they want. Me, I'm in it for the money. It's like, that's good. People need hope. It'll keep them going through the times to come. The old man really rubbed off on you, Beefeater. Those may well have been his words. I know he'd agree with the sentiment. I'm proud to fight by your side. I hope that you're ready to pay for more... Sorry. I hope that you're ready to pay for more of our brand of heroism in the near future, Lady Arano. We didn't destroy the Taurians. We only inconvenienced them. They attacked Smithen to get to you. There's nothing stopping them from doing it again someplace else. And we'll be ready when they do. Me on the comms, you on the battlefield. Together we will do what we must to defend the Restoration. Yeah, I was going to say, Espinoza is not mine. I am assuming that Kamea is going to be the one who delivers the coup de grace, so yes we will, and this company will be with you to the end. I know it, Beefeater, and you will know my appreciation when our campaign is done. Lady Arano, we're receiving encoded hyperpulse transmission. It may be a message from Lady Centrala. Hang on a second, I'll put it on the screen. Have you played all the DLCs? If so, which would you recommend to get as the first to get? So Neutrino, this is a little tricky to answer because some of the features of the DLC I haven't actually seen yet. If you can just give me a quick second here, I want to see if the Battletech wiki has these details. I know for the Paradox developed games, so the ones from Paradox Development Studio as opposed to Paradox the publisher. So the developer of this game is Harebrained Schemes, and that's now a subsidiary of Paradox, but normally they have wikis for everything, so... Okay. This might be the one that doesn't have it because there was already an unofficial one. Yeah. Okay. So let's see what the Gamepedia one has. I'm just searching for DLC. Okay. So it looks like the Battletech wiki doesn't have it. The thing that's usually nice about Paradox wikis is they actually give you a breakdown of the they give you a breakdown of what you get in each of the DLC. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go to the store page and I'm going to explain it. The reason why I mention this is that there's a few different motivations that you might have for the DLC. So the first thing to keep in mind is the lower cost. So Heavy Metal is the newest DLC. I really enjoy Heavy Metal, and it is the one that I was given for the purposes of promotion. So, you know, I'm going to enjoy stuff that I get at no cost, probably more. But let me sort of show you. I want to break down specifically what's available on these ones. What I'm doing here. I actually want to get specifically from the box description. The reason I'm doing this is that some of the features came in a free patch, so you're not necessarily getting them for buying the DLC. And the distinction may be a fine one on the store page, but it's my best shot for giving this accurately. So the first DLC was Flashpoint. Now, I've not experienced the headline feature of Flashpoint, which is the flashpoints themselves. Sorry, just 1 second here. Ooh. I'm also going to give you a couple of links in a second, Neutrino. So the headline feature of flashpoints are the flashpoints themselves. So it says extracurricular activities. The petty squabbling of political rivals takes a deadly turn when civilians are caught in the crossfire. Will you escort them to safety at the risk of your mech warriors and their mechs, even if they can't pay? So the trick, hey, Azurewin, thank you very much for the host. We're just taking a minute here to explain what the different DLCs are. And that's a very healthy host. So thank you again for that. And hello everybody from Azurewin. Again, apologies for no sound on the game. I'm just covering for Neutrino the features. So the flashpoints, I think they might be a career mode only feature. So if you are playing through the single player campaign, it might actually be something that you're willing to hold back on. The flashpoints basically are these like mini story missions that you do in sort of like the end game or the career mode. The feature says 30 hours of exciting flashpoints. It added a new biome. So in this case, it would be the tropical biome. And then the mechs that were added were the Hatchetman, which I haven't run into yet. The Crab, which we fought against, and then the Cyclops, which is obviously part of my loadout. So one of the big things about the DLC is that if you have a favorite mech, that's probably the primary reason you're going to wind up buying one of them. So the only drawback about Flashpoint, it is half off right now in the sales, but the headline feature of Flashpoint, the Flashpoints from what I've seen are very cool encounters, but they are ones that come sort of in the career mode, which happens after the campaign. So you're not necessarily going to be unlocking that feature until a little bit later. Servati says, for campaign mode, flashpoints show up after the main story is done. Okay, yeah. That was kind of my guess because I haven't encountered them yet, and I've had flashpoints for a while, but it's good to get some confirmation on that. So Urban Warfare gives new flashpoints. Presumably, if you don't own flashpoints, then you don't get them. I actually don't know how that works. 2 battle mechs came in Urban Warfare. So that one is, I think, the Raven, and then there's the Javelin. So we've seen both of those. I actually think I have a Javelin in storage, but I haven't been using it. There is a defense mission that I think came with it. Definitely enemy vehicles. So that Gallant Urban Assault Tank, that is definitely one that came in Urban Warfare and is very difficult for me to work with. And I seem to remember that this is it has to be the one that added the urban biome. The urban biome is very cool because you are able to destroy buildings underneath the other mechs. So in terms of like the streamer moments that really make me love Battletech, I will 100% that urban warfare has been the one that like really sold me on, yes, I like this a lot. I will mention, it says electronic warfare is a return of these lost technologies forever changed 21st century battlefield. Mechs equipped with electronic countermeasures and nearby friendly units are obscured for enemy targeting systems. I haven't actually used this yet, so I don't know how it works. So you're sort of seeing the pattern inside here, right? You get new mission types, you get new biomes, you get new mechs with the DLC. Now, one of the problems there's a dilemma I have with heavy metal, because this is the one that's not on sale, and this is the one that I was given specifically for promotional purposes. This is definitely a really big update. There are 7 battle mechs that are added in this one. And there is a mech which has not existed in Battletech before called the Bull Shark. Now, I haven't actually gotten the Bull Shark yet. But, God, I don't even remember. There was the Flea, which we've run into. There's... God, I, use some of these ones that came in here. Oh, I think the Phoenix Hawk was added in this one. I think the Assassin. Definitely the Annihilator. There's new weapon systems that were added in this one. And then a new Flashpoint mini-campaign. Come face-to-face with 2 legendary characters from Battletech lore, the Bounty Hunter and the Black Widow of Wolf's Dragoons. So, on paper, Heavy Metal seems to have the most content in it. Definitely it has the most mechs, which are going to be the most direct thing that you get through the campaign. But if you want to do the division in terms of price and what you get, I'd probably do the ordering of Urban Warfare, Flashpoint, Heavy Metal, unless you really want the extra mechs, in which case I would say that the higher price for Heavy Metal is worth it. But keep in mind, Heavy Metal, you have no argument for buying it today than you do after the sale, because there's no sale for it. So, what was it? Flea, Vulcan, Assassin, Phoenix Hawk, Annihilator, and Bull Shark. Thank you. So, that would be roughly off the top of my head. Incidentally, I mean, if you guys have other views on what DLC is good to go, please let Neutrino V know, because he's definitely someone who just got Battletech and is looking for some new goodies. But my guess would be, based on what I've been experiencing just playing the main campaign, probably Urban Warfare was the one that really gave me the standout moment. And because Humble has finally caught up with Steam, I actually get a chance to put out my affiliate link. So I'm sorry to do this advertising, but for those of you who do want to... Incidentally, the season pass is also 33% off. So you guys are probably going to have to do the math on your own for... You're probably going to have to do the math on your own to decide whether or not it's worth it. But this is my Humble link. That is for Urban Warfare. Actually, you know what? I'll do it for all the other ones. So I'm pretty sure if you just click the partner link and then you go browsing through the store, I get credit for it anyway. But again, I've completely ground the stream to the halt while I'm selling stuff. But I've actually had some trouble. I've noticed I am hearing a lot of oh, I forgot you had that affiliate link stuff. So, but yeah, for those of you who want to pick up some of this DLC stuff and support the stream, if you own the game on Steam and you buy it through Humble, there's a portion that goes to charity. There's a portion that goes in Humble's pocket. There's a portion that goes in my pocket. Alternatively, I'd say the second best, if the prices are the same, would be to buy it off of Paradox Plaza, because then Paradox doesn't have to pay the store fees. So, all right, we've got Outworld here. We've got Azure Wind. So let me get some shout outs out of the way. Azure Wind, thank you very much for bringing everybody over. And I'm sorry that you all had to listen to the sales pitch. Azure Wind is also someone who plays Battletech, as is Outworld. Outworld is a an Australian streamer as well. I've unfortunately not been able to catch one of Azure Wind's streams yet, but his... Sorry, I'm assuming his. I may be wrong on that. Apologies if I am. I had a really great time with some of the people from Azure Wind's channel in my in my chat while I played Battletech the last time. And then, again, I always love recommending additional Battletech streamers. On top of that, Outworld is an Australian streamer, and he's not just been playing Battletech, but he's been playing all of the MechWarrior games on his channel lately. So if you are not just limited to the turn-based strategy game, but you just generally like seeing how Battletech has been realized as a real-time strategy game, turn-based strategy game, and first-person vehicle sim, Outworld is your man. He's been playing a lot of MechWarrior Living Legends, which is a free fan-made mod for Crisis Wars, which technically doesn't exist anymore, but the mod is still running. So lots of good stuff. All right, and Sorvati says Raven, Hatchetman, and Bullshark can only be obtained via flashpoints. Okay, cool. So that explains why I haven't seen the Raven and the Hatchetman yet. And Neutrino says, appreciate the breakdown. One of your great aspects of this stream is that you take the time to explain a lot. Well, I mean, nobody watches me for quality gameplay, Neutrino V. So apologies, by the way, guys, for the ropier shout outs. I had to spend time making my money. All right. Hyperpulse Generator. The Hyperpulse Generator, or HPG, is a device capable of sending terabytes of compressed information from one point to another at faster than light speeds. All modern HPG arrays are owned and operated by Comstar. Kamea, I have news for you, both good and bad. We'll start with the good. My agents have established contact with a member of House Gallus, the ruling family of Itram. They served Espinosa in the early days of the Directorate, but have since fallen into disfavor. Lady Gallus claims to have information that would prove extremely damaging to your uncle. The position her family once held in the Directorate's power structure gives her words weight. Her house's downfall gives her the motive. And now for the bad news. Lady Gallus has been taken prisoner by the Directorate's occupation force, and they have locked her away in her own castle, a gilded cage for imprisoned royalty. We can't reach her again without liberating the system. We'd get her killed if we tried. So there you have it, a path forward. Regrettably, it won't be an easy one, and the Taurians will hound you every step of the way. But then you do have a way of defying my expectations. You always have. Best of luck to you, Lady Arano. I wish you success in the battle ahead. Well, there you have it, Beefeater. We know where we have to go next. Itram, right in the heart of the Directorate. To say that their defenses will be formidable is an understatement. An Ostergaard will go hounding us every step of the way. Are you sure your people are ready for this? We're headed for a rough stretch of road. I don't think anyone has any illusions about that, but we can and will handle it. You're damned right we will, Andre, and to hell with anyone who stands in our way. Let's get to it, everyone. Back to your stations. We've got a job to do. Alright, so the Commando, large laser mounted by most 1B models, is nothing to sniff at, but it lacks close-up impact of the SRMs it replaces. Best to keep these units at range for flanking and spotting. Alright, we've got training that we can do, but I need to figure out whether or not we can do any missions before then. So Commando's going into storage. I really only need the one light at the moment. I was actually going to wrap up at this point, but seeing as there's a little bit more life in the stream now... Oh. I think it's E now, but... So once those flashpoints are done, they'll start showing up in shops. Slag mechs, acquire C-bills. Alright, so let's start with the mech bay for repairs. Alright. So, given the fact that we made a pretty healthy profit off of the mission, let's at least do the extra power conduits. So, high-capacity power conduits. The Argo is intended to operate at a much higher total power throughput than the jury-rigged conduits can manage. Replacing all of them with high-capacity cabling unlocks the ship's full potential. This is a remarkable ship. I continue to be astonished at how advanced portions of the Argo's infrastructure are. We're not even running the drive at half the power that it can handle. More power means more thrust, Commander.
Roger that, Commander. I'll get the crew moving.
This is partly just because that was one of my cheapest options available. It also unlocks the better med bay, which lowers the chances of fatalities, which is pretty big seeing as I have a company I'm reasonably happy with. And then eventually I'm going to have to commit to the extra mech bay. The thing is that my expenses are going to explode when I do that, so I've kind of been holding back. Let's just take a minute with Alexander, seeing as he usually has something to say about the war. I'd like to discuss the state of the war against the Directorate. As I said, your victory on Smithen was nothing short of inspirational. You stopped the Taurian assault in its tracks, and even forced them to withdraw. Such skill deserves all the praise I can offer, and then some. You've done the impossible. Know it. Ostergod has a personal vendetta against Kamea. How are we going to deal with him? So long as he stays on his ship, we can't. The Iberia is a fortress-class dropship. Even if we could bait it into landing, it'd blow your lance to pieces before you even got into weapons range. If I were in your place, I'd take it as a given that we can't defeat Ostergard. He'll hound us until Kamea is dead or he's called home. And so that's how we proceed. We don't defeat Ostergard. We survive him. And when Lady Centrala provides us with a way to remove the Taurians from the war, we'll have him called back home. Isn't an ideal solution, I know. I'd be more satisfied with killing the bastard myself. But it's a plan, and I think it will work. That's the best that we can do, given the circumstances. It's a little premature to celebrate Lord Madeira. The ship that we drove away is probably on its way to do the same thing to another restoration system. You're right. It probably is, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. We're going to lose people to the Taurians, Commander Tion. A lot of people, and money, and infrastructure, and whatever else you care to mention. At this point, the losses are inevitable. Still, we should celebrate our small victories when we find them. You've driven the Taurians away from one of our systems. That's downright heroic. And from at this point in the war, our people need heroes, so I'd advise you to accept their praise for what it is. I've heard all I need, Lord Madeira. Let's talk about something else. I guess you all came here to see missions, so let's see what are... Before I upgrade Mech Warriors, let's see what contracts are available. So you've got 3.5 Skull Raiding Party with a pretty decent payout, and then Proxy War, which is probably going to push the limits of my lance, but I know... Yeah, I think I'm going to live with it. So, Raiding Party. It's a battle desert. We've detected an inbound dropship belonging to the Oregon Directorate. Our local defense forces in the expected drop area are ill-equipped to handle a lance of mechs, but with your aid, we can ensure that the raid does minimal damage. We'd like you to intercept the Directorate lance and destroy it. Okay. So, I think I'm just going to bring the same team that we did. I can't bring the Phoenix Hawk because it's going to burn up. Trying to remember what I wanted... In this case, I'm going to go for the gunnery point. You know what? I'll do the combination of gunnery and point. I hate the fact that I'm doing the jack of all trades for my main guy, but...
Mech Warrior training complete.
The original reason I was giving him the extra guts was the idea of putting him in the Phoenix Hawk, but the fact of the matter is he's not going to be piloting a Phoenix Hawk in a desert environment. So yeah, honestly, I think I'm just going to bring the same team I had last time. I think we're going to save up for the gunnery for Behemoth. I think we said that last time too, but obviously she's been the one who's been using the Gauss cannon.
Commander?
Only one thing we can do with Glitch, and that's make her more awesome.
Waiting for orders.
I'm still holding off on Showboat, seeing as I've been bringing Zap out on the missions. And Zap actually, both the Trebuchet and the Cyclops wind up running hot, so it seems to me that the Guts is probably the step that I want to take, although again, I'm not actually getting any more overheat on this one. It's almost certain that I'm not going to be putting Zap in any melee, well, not voluntarily putting him in any melee environment, so the piloting. I mean, I know piloting usually winds up giving you stuff like one extra movement chevron and whatnot, but I'm generally happy to have the extra Guts, especially hopefully for the survivability. And we do need to wait a few days for the... Oh, you know what? With that in mind, I know some people were getting the trading. All right. let's do the raiding party. And I think I'm just going to do the default division. One day I just want to crank out the salvage, but today's not that day. Let's just take the standard payment and run with it. So, the big question here is, so again, I'm going to use the same loadout as last time. My big worries, I'm not actually that worried about glitch overheating. Generally, I'm able to manage what weapons I'm using. The blackjack tends to run hot, but that's also because I go nuts with the lasers. And again, I basically need to face the same question that I normally do. It's like, if I don't bring the blackjack, what do I bring? So Shadowhawk because I want higher armor, maybe. Vindicator because I want to drop PPCs. I mean, maybe, but my gunnery is not fantastic. Both of them have LRMs, so my higher tactics is a little bit better. The main point of having Beefeater in a medium mech is so he can act as sort of a scout, largely for Zap, to be honest. And normally that would mean that he goes in the Phoenix Hawk, but the Phoenix Hawk is too hot for the desert. So. And then, of course, the big thing is that the Blackjack has the command, the comm system. So that gives me the advantage of the precision strikes from the other guys. So. I'm going to be really interested when we get to career mode just because of the alliance mechanics and all of it. This is the thing that's really exciting about this game, is that I still haven't finished career. Like, this is my first run through the career, or the campaign. So after that, I know there's a whole other set of things that I get to experience after the main game. So you're installing a bloody washing machine. Did you get a discount because of the? No, I'm kidding. It is open from the start, but like I want to play the campaign. Like, this is I always talk about how Battletech is like, you can play like short of a movie. There's like, Battletech touches everything. So I actually really like the fact that they took the time to give people a reason for fighting, and I really like the cutscenes and all of that. So, all right, Commander, for the director won't send a dropship if they didn't mean business. So we take this job. We should. Stay alert down there.
Command interface initiated.
So honestly, my big worry about this one is a stray headshot that like hurts one of my guys. But I definitely have this tendency for getting a little too cocky on missions where I shouldn't be. So, enemy dropship landed somewhere in this area. Commander, acquire their location and engage them. Let's put a stop to their raid, Commander. Okay, so, well, he's my scout, so.
Enemy detected.
All right. So the one thing I don't like about this path for the Highlander is there's no real, it's like no real cover. Behemoth has got the, like, she has all of the defense from that. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Yep, I'm going to put her on the same hill as Beefeater. And we'll put the Cyclops just off to the side.
I'm walking here.
I'm going to have to do a little bit of juggling later, but... Okay, so it's kind of a weak move. You know what? Don't normally like doing this, but I am going to have a bunch of evasion chevrons, so let's let the 65 and 75 ton come to us. Yeah, so the reasoning here is these guys are going to be moving before the Highlander. There's no way the Highlander is going to get to the cover that it needs to be. So the danger, of course, is that my medium gets shots taken at it from two fairly strong mechs. But the advantage is that, so either one, they don't make it to me and they don't get the shot. Two, they do make it, which means that Beefeater is going to be able to contribute fire rather than scanning. So. Okay. So I'm going to reserve, and I want to see what all these mechs do. Interesting. Okay, so I think the answer on this one's going to be just to push right up the middle, take these things out, and then turn around to deal with the guys on the low ground. Okay, the evasion paid off. Ooh, that gives me sight on everyone. Normally I would love a bold move like that, but I actually want to keep... well, I guess they're not kept in the dark because they can already see my guy here. Yeah, we'll get in close. Part of this is just because I know that I get to move immediately after. So I kind of get to pick my target. And in this case, we'll go the Orion. I'm not going to do a targeted shot just because I know I'm not going to be able to do a huge difference. This is really more about knocking down the chevrons.
I live to serve.
Okay. I have no idea how I can see these guys. Okay, Warhammer's going to be interesting to deal with. Now again, I'm going to be able to take advantage of a breaching shot with Zap. So part of this is about getting rid of chevrons. There might be an argument for me trying to... try and knock this thing down. But in this case here, I'm just going to take advantage of the... Wait, they do get the breaching shot, right? Nope, because he doesn't... Wait. Oh, yeah, here we go. That's why.
Affirmative.
So I'm going to move Behemoth up. Behemoth has to focus on a single target.
Acknowledged.
Now I only get one precision strike. So I think in this case we'll just open fire with the Highlander.
Waiting on you, Commander.
Okay, so the reason I did it this way, Victor is sort of the one that does the more surgical work.
Time to fly.
So let's see, it's 86 and 115 in the middle of the Orion. Or if I want, I can try and take on the Jaeger. This isn't exactly the sort of thing I'd normally want to do a precision strike for, but let's just take it in the middle. Okay, and the reasoning will... I don't think I'm going to be able to alpha strike with everything, but... as opposed to alpha striking with only a little. But I definitely want to hit it with the ACs on the odd chance I get to knock it over. Not even close. All right. That's actually probably going to try and go for a melee attack now. I probably should have thought that through. Cool.
What can I do for you?
So Glitch is definitely the one who... Actually, you know what?
Got it.
Don't normally like generating that much heat, but high ground's a really nice place for her to be. So that's got 68 in the middle. Can probably turn off... I think I'm only going to turn off the one. Well, no, we'll knock it... Okay. We'll either knock it over or we'll kill it.
Here we go.
Cool.
Gotcha.
So the good news about that is that frees up Behemoth to go after the Jägermech now.
Commander.
I don't think we can quite close the distance. It is actually kind of tempting to go in the mineral field just to keep the Thunderbolt from messing with me too much. What's the alternative? Well, I can always jump onto the high ground. What does that give me in terms of... Well, those are actually some pretty decent to hits. They do get a big reduction to damage. So what's the other alternative? Okay, I don't like it, but it does get me closer to a melee strike, so...
Taking a shot.
Ready for orders.
I gotta be a little careful with Zap, because he's a touch exposed where he is. If I move in closer... Okay, so he's gonna run hot off of this. There's actually not a very good argument for me using the Zap the way that I'm going to, because he's a little squishier than everybody else. He doesn't have a lot of evasion. He's staring down the Jägermech. But I do get to unleash everything on it.
Got it, Commander.
The fact of the matter is that even though Beefeater is close, he's not necessarily going to be able to do that much on the back of the Jägermech. It's a little too tough for... I mean, realistically, what am I thinking? I suppose the best I can hope for is running in like that. Actually, honestly... So I do not like the very low evasion on this. The main reason I'm doing this is that having one turn where I'm at already, basically being that close, I was convinced that the Jägermech was going to do a melee attack. So only other thing I could think of doing would be to do a sensor lock, but in this case I'm just going to soften it up. It's not exciting, but it does something. Ideally, we get this thing taken out before the bad guys show up, but that's why I moved the Highlander close. Okay, I now need to consider my options, seeing as the Warhammer is in the fight.
Good to go.
All right. I shouldn't be doing this, but I really want to.
On it.
That was for you, Uncle Cranky.
Critical hit, Commander. Took a hard hit there.
I'm ready.
Kind of want to be dodging the... I want to be dodging the Warhammer, and I want to be
Moving to position.
working on the Jaeger.
Firing on target.
Maybe we'll get lucky. Okay, well, at least this glitch gets to finish it off.
Waiting for
So I wouldn't really want to do another jump jet, but obviously I'm already I'm already exposed on the legs, so I'm going to go to a position of safety. It's going to run me a bit hot, but there can't be that much left on the Jägermech. 35. Yeah. It's running hot, but it's better to be sure.
Here we go.
Okay, excellent.
That's a kill.
So the thing we were going to try, the thing we wanted to do at the start is exactly what we accomplished. We went up the middle, we dealt with them, and now we're going to be able to turn our attention to the Warhammer and Company. Now, one problem is that we are running hot. So I got to think about how I'm going to deal with that. I'm going to start by being very brave. I'm going to take advantage of a sensor lock on the Warhammer.
Sensor lock on target.
And that's going to mean that the rest of my crew is going to be able to deliver some pain. In fact, I might even be able to attack him from the mineral field. Interesting. So they're running off.
Yes, Commander.
Okay, well that gives me some options. They've already moved. So the big question on this one is, am I willing to deal with the consequences of seeing both of these targets? The answer is yes. So these are not great to hits, but
Firing all weapons.
Orders.
Behemoth only has one target, so but I should be taking advantage of the precision strike. I think I'm gonna go for the leg on this one just because it's the higher chance. Plus, it'd be super great if I could get a Warhammer.
Commander?
I'm almost certain I'm not going to be able to do anything with Glitch here. Yeah, so what we'll do is, I don't want to jump, I'm going to sprint her to the edge of the mountain. I mean, again, it's a desert, so I can't hope for a whole lot on the heat reduction, but that's life. Now, what do I want to do with Beefeater? I mean, the fact of the matter is he's not going to be able to do anything in the fight right now, and that was a little cowardly for me to move him behind the rock, seeing as the Warhammer ultimately disengaged, but I didn't know it was going to do that at the time. So we'll move him up. But seeing as I know I'm not going to get a shot anyway, I think I'm just going to accept the world as it is. So select target within sensor range to reveal its the unit until the end of the current round, removes 2 of its evasive charges. The target also gains 2 sensors impaired effect. So
Sensor lock on target.
So I do need to start considering the health of my my assaults here, because they've been out in the open.
Commander.
This is an interesting dilemma.
Standing by.
Not close enough. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm just going to do the same move I did last time.
Up high.
I might need to do a vigilance though because of my stability. Yeah, I don't feel great about it, but this actually is gonna open up a few options for me, so. Perfect.
That hit something good.
So the hope was a knockdown. The only problem with that is a really awkward angle for... Oh, wait a minute. Right. It's going to be standing up. It was a good idea on paper.
Light damage. Holding firm.
Okay.
Good to go.
I think I have slightly better chances of targeting the legs here. My heat could be better. Let's see what we can do.
Firing everything I've got. Critical hit.
I'm here.
Can I hit him with everything? I can. It's a pretty remote shot. This is one I'm willing to take. Even at the risk of the Thunderbolt causing us some problem, because it's a fresh Cyclops. I don't think it can, like, one-shot it. God, my kingdom for a precision strike. I think in this case we're just going to hope we get lucky.
See how you like this.
Okay, unsteady's good. Nothing that gets me close to my prize, though. Which is fine. Beefeater will just do a little chip damage on the Thunderbolt, and we'll... I think because Behemoth did Vigilance, I believe she moves before the Warhammer.
All weapons suspended.
Okay, the heat's definitely going to be a problem for the Victor. But that's, I think the answer on that is just don't zip around with my jump jets. Huh. So my inclination is definitely to do the DFA. Yeah, I don't feel good about it. I really want to leg this thing. Good enough.
Taking the shot. Target's taking a critical hit.
Not quite what I wanted to do.
Damage minimal.
I'm receiving you.
Zap's running a bit hot. I think this is the time we put him around the corner. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about this, but I'm actually going to ignore the Warhammer.
Commander?
I'm not able to do the precision strikes that I want on it, and
On my way.
my heavier weapons are available. This one I don't really feel that comfortable about because the Victor is on one chevron and it's got an exposed leg. The one bit of good news though is that I can actually have it generate less heat.
Affirmative.
So, can Beefeater do anything interesting this turn? Not from a... Not against the Warhammer. But again, I'm kind of okay with the chip I'm actually not okay with the chip damage because the Thunderbolt might just be able to wreck his day with the 1 Chevron. But I'm committed to it now, so...
All weapons limited. Enemy mech. Critical damage.
It's possible that the Thunderbolt won't move in favor of trying to improve its stability. That was not a good assumption. I am, however, going to get some shots on the... I'm going to be able to get some shots on my prize. Oh, no, I'm not.
Reporting. Minimal damage. Ready for orders.
Okay, obviously I am hell-bent on getting this. A 34% chance. Screw it, I'm still going for it.
Engaging
We're not getting the scrap for that.
That's a kill.
Now, good news here.
I will be done.
Zap's going to be able to... I want more of the LRMs to hit than anything else. So, ooh, that's a perfect shot. So, we're not really going to be doing damage in the spots that I want. I could try a precision strike if I was so inclined, but really this is just about doing the stability damage. So, we'll knock off one of the medium lasers.
Locking target.
Good to go.
So this is all set up so that Glitch can do her magic. We are definitely getting into some scary territory on the Victor, though, so let's head back to the woods. And we're going to accomplish one of two things. We're either going to take out the Thunderbolt, or we'll at least knock it over. This is an interesting question. Do I want to add the medium laser to the shot right now? That makes my heat creep up, but I can always disable the medium laser later, so yes. So realistically, Beefeater I think is going to be the only one who gets the free shot on the... This is one of the drawbacks about my very heavy assault spec. Is I'm not really able to take advantage of some of these opportunities. It's kind of tempting to go for the leg, but I don't actually have any inherent advantage for taking out the leg right now. However, if I take out the leg on the next round, it means that I'm going to be able to get a second knockdown. So we'll limit our medium laser use. Of course, better still, we just eliminate the armor in the center torso and then somebody wipes it out next turn. Or he uses his flamer on my Highlander and I cry.
I can't take much more of this.
I'm really tempted to do the Highlander burial on this thing, but I don't know what the leg armor is looking like. 75 out of 190, I don't want to take the structural damage for it.
Waiting for orders.
Okay, so I can't jump jet. This means probably any attacks to the center torso are going to be limited, but I might be able to take out one of the legs. $46.89. Normally I'd go for the center, but if I take out the leg, that means the rest of my team gets free shots on it. Proud of you. DFA responsibly, kids. So the main reason behind that is that I don't need to use my resolve on the rest of the attacks. Both Behemoth and Zap are going to be able to do targeted strikes. in the center. Sort of overkill, but I had fun doing it.
One less target.
Good job, Commander. Let's debrief about the ship.
Mission
So,
successful.
a little bit more damage to the mechs than I really wanted, but we did... like, the repair bill is going to be relatively light, so I'm not too worried about it. All right, so 649, that's covered our expenses. So I'm putting the... Oh, it's actually just the Victor that's in the... repair. It's better than I was expecting. So... I'm sort of obligated to take the Warhammer as much as I really want that beautiful AC-10. Hey, Raishi, thank you very much for the host. How are you doing tonight? I guess it's Ryushi. Sorry. I'd love that ARM mod, except that it takes up tonnage. I've never used a TTS before. That'd be helpful. Yeah, I mean, that AC is beautiful, but I'm kind of thinking a little more long-term, and there's not going to be many opportunities for me to... not going to be too many opportunities for me to get scrap like that. So maybe we'll get lucky, and they'll donate some cool scrap. No, they did not decide. Oh, but we did get the TTS. So all mechs come equipped with stock targeting and tracking system, or TTS, which can be upgraded to improve performance. Upgrades increase accuracy when dealing with ballistic, energy, or missile weaponry, depending on the type of TTS. So the argument for this one would be to put it in the Cyclops. And then, of course, the drawback to it is that the Cyclops is already relatively lightly armored for the mech that it is. And I have a pretty good gunner in it. So I turned it more into the trebuchet, which means that the lasers are even less useful. You just started this game. Very good. I mean, it might have paper duplicate. The problem with it is that you can, like, every time that I have done, every time that I've sort of said, okay, I'm going to do a lot of scrap, even if it's like a high skull mission, I wind up having like a lot of really tough turrets and maybe a couple of difficult vehicles, but the sort of thing that doesn't really give me, like, it's the sort of thing where I'm like, I really wish I took the money for it. To a certain extent, there's an argument to say that you want to go primarily scrap because you can always sell the scrap later, and some of the scrap is extremely valuable. I don't quite have that courage yet. So my main guideline has usually been, if at all possible, I want to at least break even for the month. And I consider the scrap to be something that is in kind of the long-term interest of the mercenary company. And I don't have a lot of contracts available to me. So if it's sort of like this is going to be the last thing before the financial period, I'll usually accept the default contract if it covers my expenses. Oh, I didn't even know that you could do that. So later on, as contract to liberate House Gallus is ready for review in the command center. We should follow up when you think we're ready. Mech warriors are gaining experience and need you to guidance beefeater. If you head for the barracks, you can direct their training. So if you guys can just give me a quick second, I need to make a quick trip to the bathroom. I think I've got at least one more mission in the... I think I've got one more mission in me, but yeah, I need to go. Be back in a second. I'm sorry, Ryu, for for running out on you like this. It'll be like 30 seconds. All right. Thank you for putting up with that. So again, I don't think we have any real contract. I mean, we've got Proxy War, but that's an even harder mission than Liberation Itram. Itram is 18 days away, so... I think I did E already, so F. We got 27 days before we've got our power conduit, so there's really nothing for me to... Well, okay, that's not true. Let's just take a quick trip to the store. I don't think I actually want to buy any of this stuff, but... I get to look at some of the cool... Ooh. Ah, here's some of this. I think this is some of the weaponry that came in from heavy metal. At some point, I need to give this stuff a shot, but the better AC. There's actually a decent argument for it. So Victor's currently rocking a stock AC-20, and Glitch is kind of my angel of death on this thing. So I think I'm willing to invest in... Actually, let me just double check that I don't already have a good... I've already got a better... Oh my god, it's a plus 20 damage? What am I doing? The Imperator! There's kind of an argument if I'm going to be using the Cyclops more often. I'm kind of window shopping here. Yeah. I think I'm going to refrain because I really use this thing for the missiles more often. Now, I mean, with that in mind, I could really commit. I could drop the medium laser. So what are we looking at? This thing's 5 tons. These are 1 ton. It's okay, so I need to find another 2 tons. Or I'd need to strip out some of the armor, which I'm not entirely comfortable with. I mean, it's not like the thinnest mech that I've seen, but I don't know. I've definitely warmed to the Cyclops since I first got it, so I think I'm gonna leave it as is. Let's just go to the next contract. So. Proceed to Itram, where you will assist the Restoration Army's efforts to liberate House Gallus. The enemy will be fighting from a position of relative isolation. To take advantage of this, we suggest a Lance loadout built to maximize rapid damage-dealing potential. Heat management will also be essential. Further details will be provided upon your arrival. Yeah, I've not been too good on the heat management, but we've survived so far. So I've heard the stories about Itram, Andre. Half of the planet is supposed to be nice, the other half's a toxic, irradiated desert where sensors and communications don't work properly. Guess which half you'll be fighting on. So we'll wait for payday before we upgrade. Travelers in need. In the daily briefing, Sumaira brings up an open hail from a nearby ship. They say their crew has contracted a virulent case of periphery pox, but the local government is preventing them from landing to receive medical care. Darius shrugs. We could sell them some of our medical supplies. It would limit us in the medbay for a bit, but given their situation, I expect they'd pay up. Dr. Murad bristles at the suggestion. Spacers should stick together, Commander. Besides, the local authorities might appreciate our generosity. So we'll share the antivirals we've acquired. This is like a bad thing for me to do because I know some developers really like sticking the sticking it to you when you go for this. But usually when I have like a special option, I tend to automatically go for it. Plus it's a nice thing to do, so share the antivirals you've acquired. So you're not at Dr. Murad. We've been here before, and we have a stash of antivirals in the med bay to show for it. We have an obligation to pass on our good fortune, make arrangements for a transfer of supplies. Over the next several days, word trickles through the ship about your decision between the large contingent of lifelong spacers in the crew and those mech warriors who survived their own personal brush with the periphery pox. There's a wave of support. Sumaira passes along the message of thanks to from the planet's surface for resolving the situation favorably. So we've gained 1 reputation with the only faction that we're at top reputation with, and we gained 2 points of the thing that I'm already at the top at. So no benefit.
That work order you submitted is complete.
All right. It would be really fun to go into the mech bay and really mess around with my loadouts, but in this case, I think I'm just going to go with whatever. I'm reasonably happy with what we're working with, so I think I'm just going to admire all the space imagery and mentally prepare for what we will be facing on Itram. But this always... Oh, there we go. So Ayushi, what kind of mech warrior? If you say, I think you said you just started this, and actually this would also go for Neutrino as well. What kind of background did you go for? And more importantly, are you familiar with Battletech before? So when you took a look at some of the options, like did you know the difference between things like House Kurita, House Steiner, and whatnot? Tournament madness. Glitch arrives at your quarters looking for some advice. What had started as a competitive training exercise in the training module has since evolved into a ship-wide tournament. With mixed lances of mech warriors and other crew, Glitch and Tyrant have been competing together. But Commander, Tyrant hasn't been pulling her weight. My other 2 teammates are looking to me as a lance captain to do something about it. I'm feeling a bit stuck here. What should I do? Hold extra practice. Glitch nods. You're right. Now's the time for everyone to step up. Later that week, you visit the training room and check the leaderboards. Glitch's lance has risen in the standings. She walks up behind you. Thanks for the advice. I wish I'd challenged the team even sooner. We may have made it to the finals, but next season we've got this, for sure. Glitch has gained the following tags for 30 days, high spirits. So never played Battletech? You're just really winging it. Okay. This is one of the things that I really like about this game. So, I think Battletech is something like 35 years old. But Harebrained Scheme... So Battletech was developed by a company called FASA, which was founded by Jordan Weissman. And FASA Interactive was sold to Microsoft. So Microsoft has the rights to Shadowrun and Battletech for sure. And I suspect Earthdawn probably gets counted in that. But I don't think there's ever been an Earthdawn game. But Jordan Weissman later founded Harebrained Schemes, and they've licensed those properties back. And so one of the reasons why I really like this particular Battletech game is that Battletech is a board game, a role-playing game. There's rules for like kind of galaxy-level conflict as well as, individual personal conflict. So like you can go from the individual level to sort of these large empires battling. I pretty much think there's a rule set for everything. And so one of the things that I really enjoy about this is that if you want, you don't have to, but since playing this game, I've been going to a website, sarna.net, which is kind of like a wiki for all of the Battletech lore and whatnot. And I've really been kind of like getting into it. So whenever I pick my character, like I try and do an interesting story. And I don't know, I actually quite like the campaign mode for this because it's easy to do there's no shortage of games with robots stomping around and destroying stuff. But the fact that there is, a reason for fighting and you sort of have an investment, there's definitely characters who I hate. There's definitely characters who I like. It's got a little bit of that XCOM or Darkest Dungeon factor in terms of just, having certain characters that you want to see do well. So that's sarna.net. That's right. So It'll also give you, if you take a look at the timeline, I think it's something like 5 years after the events of this game, there's a fairly big event that happens in terms of the arrival of a completely new faction, which may or may not wind up being the subject of any future Battletech expansion or game. Nobody's really talked about the clans coming in, but this is the neat thing. Like, it's why it's such it was such a good idea for Paradox to acquire Harebrained Schemes, because if you think about the sort of things that if you think about the sort of things that Paradox does very well, like these sort of long-tailed games with lots of opportunities to expand, properties that people are familiar with and very dedicated to, Battletech has got no shortage of stories to tell and, new things to add. So I definitely spend too much time on Sarna.net learning about all the nerdy stuff. So there's 2 paths that I can go with Andre. I can go for Guts, which will eventually lead me to a higher overheat threshold. Or I can go for gunnery and do a little bit better with my pea shooters. Against my better judgment, I think I'm actually going to go down the Guts path. Because right now I'm seeing him piloting the Blackjack and I'm seeing him piloting the Phoenix Hawk. I'm not actually seeing him in an assault mech until I find an Atlas. So for now, I think we'll go for the extra Guts.
Training confirmed, Commander.
Standing by.
Behemoth, we want the extra gunnery. So, this has changed with Behemoth ever since she wound up with the Gauss cannon, but I'm pretty happy
Mech Warrior training complete.
giving her that.
Waiting for orders.
We're just shy with Glitch, so as long as she doesn't die on this mission, we should be able to get her at the 10s. I'm going to avoid Showboat, Sixpack, and Tyrant. So we got plenty of experience that we can spend, but it'll make these mercenaries more expensive, and they're in my reserves.
I'm ready.
And this is the tricky question. Do I want to add the extra piloting for Zap? And I think in this case, it's smarter for me to hold out for the extra Guts. And again, for a similar reason that I am going to need the overheat threshold. Also, it's worth mentioning the recoil penalty, the fact that Beefeater is always firing his autocannons and generally doesn't give them a break. There's an argument for more Guts. All right, time to launch the contract. Oh my god, it's a Martian environment. This is gonna suck. The Martian biome is similar to that of the 4th planet of Terra's solar system. The thin atmosphere makes it difficult to sink heat, and it can suddenly whip up dust into whirling storms that provide some amount of cover. Radiation fields can offer some protection from enemy targeting, but cause units in them to accumulate dangerous levels of heat. So, I suppose the better question now is heat efficiency. So the Vindicator is more heat effective. Shadowhawk is very heat effective. But I'm really convinced that the extra resolve is worth it, because the thing is that the individual benefit of the Blackjack may or may not be present, but we don't miss the extra firepower. What we do gain, though, is the extra resolve, which means that the Highlander and the Victor can start doing some more special attacks. So I'm going to keep the band together. We'll be rocking the Ancestral Blackjack, and Victor's going to have extra resolve to work with her awesome autocannon. Oh, the 25? 25 years? I could have sworn I saw a 35 on the... Yeah, so my copy of Total Warfare has a 35th anniversary logo on it. Maybe I'm misreading it? I don't know. One way or the other. It's an old game, but between the basically between the novels, between the expansions that they've done with it, it's another. So like in the case of Europa Universalis, you've got you've got all of history to work with. That kind of lends itself to a lot a lot of different... 25 years into the timeline. Gotcha. But yeah, so like you've got all of history to play with. And then in the case of... This is actually the really smart thing that Paradox did with Stellaris, which was rather than trying to establish a new science fiction property and hope that everybody understands what the hell is going on, they instead gave you the canvas to tell your own science fiction stories with. And so if you want to play Foundation, you can play Foundation. If you want to play Terminator, you can play Terminator. If you want to play Battletech, you can play Battletech. And of course, they don't need to pay any of the licensing fees. And then in the case of Battletech, you've got a very dedicated fan base. And I will say too, like, at no point do I ever want to pretend that these companies are, purely charitable organizations that do not want you to pay any money. The fact of the matter is that people who play miniature war games are used to buying lots of additional products, source books, miniatures, paints, terrain. Generally skews older. If you're playing a 35-year-old game, there's a heavy nostalgia factor for a lot of people, and these people tend to be a little bit later in their careers, so they have a higher disposable income. And so as a result, Total War does this as well, right? Where some people like to complain a lot about the DLC. I generally don't necessarily mind DLC. Like, it's a value proposition, right? If the DLC seems like a waste of time, I don't buy it. If the DLC seems interesting, then I need to decide how much I'm willing to spend on it. Now, again, there's definitely, like, not all DLC are created the same. Like, I still don't own Sunset Invasion for Crusader Kings because why would I ever buy that? But yeah, I mean, as far as Paradox's model, like, Paradox is definitely interested in sort of long-tailed games. They don't need to spend any marketing to establish what this universe is to people. It's got a dedicated fan base. Obviously, this has also done a really good job of introducing the Battletech universe to other people. Again, on top of that, I think Jordan Weissman actually has a quote where, like, if you license something, it's effectively renting revenue. But of course, they bought Harebrained Schemes, but Harebrained Schemes is licensing the title from Microsoft, so I don't know how that works. But yeah, I think it's a really smart acquisition. Like, it's one of these ones where you can clearly see how Harebrained Schemes fits in with sort of Paradox's way of doing things and making the most of the smaller properties that they have. So, okay, objectives. Take advantage of Itram's sensor interference to approach the Directorate units unseen. Eliminate Directorate mechs to secure resource storage silos, and act quickly to prevent the Directorate from sabotaging the silos. Alright, so the fact that I brought big, slow assault mechs is going to hurt me. The Directorate has taken possession of Itram's largest processor and refinery, and is attempting to loot the attached silos of rare and valuable minerals. We want you to claim them for the restoration instead. The stuff that they mine on Itram is worth a small fortune on the black market. Better to have it in our hands than the Directorate's.
Command interface initiated.
Welcome to the Badlands of Itram, Commander. The sands of the desert are rich with exotic elements that play havoc with electronic sensors and communications. Without the use of House Gallus's signal-boosting equipment, you wouldn't even be receiving this message. The Badlands are a gold mine of rare earth metals and fissile materials. The Directorate has seized control of House Gallus's largest processor and refinery, and they're getting ready to move a year's supply of exotic materials off-world. I need you to capture at least one of those silos for the restoration. Choose your target, engage its defenders, and destroy them. Our recovery team will take care of the rest. You'll need to act quickly, though. The Directorate will wire the silos to self-destruct if you give them the chance. The same radiation that's garbling the Directorate's long-range communications will render their sensors useless. You can detect them, but they won't even know you're there until you either enter their direct line of sight. Even won't know you're there until you enter their direct line of sight, and the silos won't be able to communicate with one another. Because of this, I'd advise you to engage the silos one at a time. Choose a target and clear it of defenders before moving on to the next. If you're careful, you'll be able to hit all three silos one after the other, and the Directorate's troops will be none the wiser.
While capturing one working silo is your primary objective, we can always use more. The restoration will pay an additional bounty for each silo you capture beyond the first. Good hunting, Commander.
Okay, I'm just gonna take a... Oh, looks like I can't save. Might be because I... Yeah, there was dialogue, so... This strikes me as the sort of thing that will wind up going pear-shaped, so I'm just gonna accept. I might want to reset things. All right. There's definitely a side of me that wants to sort of go sort of counterclockwise. There isn't like a huge argument one way or the other for picking one or the other. One interesting approach would be the fact that I have jump jets. Okay, let's see where this gets me. Gonna have to move the Cyclops up, but I mean the whole point of having the Cyclops is so I can lob missiles at people, so let's see where this goes.
Yes, Commander.
Thy will be done.
How in the world did it wind up that the Victor got ahead of the Blackjack?
Engaging jump jets.
Got it.
Could possibly get closer, but I'm a little uncomfortable with this move just because there's a few different sight lines that they have, but I do kind of need to keep the Cyclops with the group, so... Okay. Let's move Beefeater first. I'll try and keep him on the edge if I can.
Engaging jump jets. Enemy detected.
Okay. I really like some of the music cues on this.
Engaging jump jet. Uh-huh.
Don't like the sight lines here, but...
Onward.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of funny because, like, I'm pretty sure most people know the story of, ooh, interesting. This is a really strong... I think there's a really strong argument for me going up and around like this. One, because it's going to get me access to water. I'm possibly going to be able to take this 40-ton from behind. God, this is going to be a risky move. Let's hope for the best.
Engaging jump jets.
You're getting close, Commander. Be careful with your positioning. If they pick up a visual on you, they'll go on high alert, sensors or no sensors.
Sensor lock on target.
Sally Charlie's under alert. Take it quickly before you have time to destroy... Oh, so the sensor lock probably did it. That sucks. I didn't think that was going to activate anything. So now the question is whether or not I'm able to take this out in 5 turns. I would actually be willing to... I'd be willing to reset on that one just because I would not have made that choice if I'd known that was going to set off the alarm. I'm absolutely not positioned to handle this, but let's see if I can do anything impressive. But yeah, so I think most people know this story about the Doom soundtrack, but basically the sort of mandate that Mick Gordon was given was like, don't do heavy metal. Like, we already know, or the heavy metal is the obvious choice. Like, let's do something a little more interesting. God, I have like no real options here. Let's at least knock down some or no. If I want to knock down evasion, I should multi-target.
Confirmed.
But I completely forgot to target the 2, so I'm an idiot.
Waiting for orders.
I think this one I actually have a good argument for a sprint.
On it.
I'm not going to be able to do much with my long range attacks, so in this case we'll just get the Highlander into the fight a little earlier. But yeah, anyways, so for the longest time, they're making progress in terms of the soundtrack, but there's always something missing. And of course, the something that was missing was the heavy metal. And as soon as they added that, everybody loved it. I mean, it effectively became the soundtrack that you know and love. But of course, the really interesting choice about this is the 55-ton, right? Yeah. So.
Got it.
I'm willing to build up the heat to get a good shot on the head. It's 115. Let's try for a hero shot.
Take this.
But yeah, so that one, it maybe not an obvious choice, but like now that we have the benefit of hindsight, like that is a really good choice for Doom specifically. Now, in the case of Battletech, right, the choice that probably seems to make the most sense on its own would be something like a heavy metal soundtrack as well. But the decision to do something a little bit more restrained, something a little bit more orchestral, really worked, especially because, again, the subject of the story is something that sort of lends itself to maybe a little more... I don't like that PPC, and I really don't think I'm going to... I gotta get pretty lucky to take out that leg, but I don't want to waste the precision strike on... Yeah, fair enough. Although if it's unsteady, I think my Cyclops just got a chance to be a pain in the ass. But yeah, anyways, like I said, it's, there's a number of directions that you can go, and I think nobody would have complained if this had the heavy metal soundtrack, but it's definitely something that I think, because they wanted to tell... I don't know if it counts as a space opera, but definitely something that was a little bit truer to the setting. I think the game works with the soundtrack that it has. Basically, I think the soundtrack complements the story a little bit better than it might have if they went for what the obvious choice was. Okay, who can I knock over easily? Cicada is the one that's the most likely to get toppled. I mean, at this point, I do kind of want to focus on taking pieces off the board, so... Okay, that works for me. I'm not going to get the breaching shot, but...
One for you, and one for you.
Okay.
What can I do for you?
So, didn't do the damage on the center that I was hoping for. In that case,
Ready for
I'm
orders.
going to take Behemoth. I'm going to get Behemoth to focus down the Shadowhawk. I might as well keep everybody in mind.
Position. Firing.
All right. Didn't target the head and still managed to get it. Fair enough.
Eliminated. I hear ya.
Right, that's not in view. But there aren't any chevrons on the Jenner, so 46 to hit the... Yeah, I really got to go for the center torso on this one. There is a question about whether or not I alpha strike. Yes.
This should be good. Bang! You're dead.
And yeah, to your point on John Everest, I think he's done everything but the first Shadowrun game, right? Well, obviously that doesn't include Crimson Steam Pirates and that intermediate stuff. All right. So this thing, it doesn't have any evasion right now. We might be able to knock it over.
Engaging jump jets.
Again, we're generating a lot of heat for this, but we've got 3 rounds to take these guys out. And definitely priority goes to the ACs.
Engaging target.
Okay, well, we're gonna knock it down one way or the other. So good news, its evasion isn't going to be that good. They'll still lob a PPC at me, so the next encounter is probably going to be a little hairy, but okay.
Standing by.
This is good news.
Affirmative. Locked on for physical attack. Target eliminated.
So part of the mission now needs to be getting something close enough to melee this thing.
Standing by. I'm your spaniel.
There might be an argument for sprinting, but in this case I'm just going to get him to sensor lock.
Got a lock.
Waiting on you, Commander.
SRMs do a good job of making me sad.
Time to fly.
At least here I'm going to be able to dissipate some heat with a brace. Clever. So this thing isn't interested in taking me out at all. It's interested in delaying.
Engaging jump jets.
There's like absolutely nothing I'm going to be able to do because of my heat. So even if I shut off all the medium lasers, we're still too hot. So in this case, I'm just going to do the... Yeah, I'm going to do the brace. Alright, now one big dilemma I run into is whether or not I use a Gauss rifle on the... So like any high damage output weapon or anything that takes up ammo is a little bit of a dilemma. I think in this case I am willing to do the missiles, but my real hope is going to be to get close enough to... Oh Jesus. I really don't want to have to DFA this thing. Okay, that's interesting.
What can I do for you? Pedal to the metal.
Well, at least, so the danger that I run into is that it's going to turn around and strip off my armor.
Receiving you. Roger, full speed.
This is mostly about dissipating heat through the water. That was the mech I was hoping it wouldn't target. Jesus. Yeah.
Reporting.
That silo's almost ready to blow. We're gonna reserve.
Standing by. Standing by.
So the hope is the Highlander.
Good to go.
Yeah.
Aye, aye. Ugh.
Explosive diffusal is a go, Commander Tion.
Nicely done, Commander. The storage silo is ours. I'm marking an evac zone on your map. Whenever you're ready, you may proceed there for extraction.
Yeah, we're not doing that. So, I mean, the indirect result of my sensor lock was the Victor getting its armor stripped. Planning a modded playthrough after vanilla is complete? Not 100% sure, because I'd kind of like to see what career mode's like. But we'll see. Like, I haven't really looked at what mods are available. I am very weird in the way that I handle mods. I don't dislike them, but I've generally thought like the games that I generally find very enjoyable on their own. I've never really felt the need to improve them, which is completely the wrong way of looking at modding. Like, modding is this really interesting thing that happens to games, and we should really hope for more of it. But in my own case, I tend to find that there is enough in the existing games that I tend to get really sucked into the base. So I'm interested in seeing, so the vulnerability seems to be just around this end here, although this 20-tonner is the part that's going to make it hard. Let's see what we can get away with.
Orders. On the move. Full speed.
This, by the way, is a setup I really like, to try and position yourself
Commander?
for a maximum advantage. Oh, Jesus Christ. That awesome AC-20 is in danger of... it's 58 HP away from from being lost. But, I mean, Glitch performs the magic. I can't always keep her out of harm's way. Yeah, this is going to be character building.
Yes, Commander.
Okay, so this clearly doesn't work because he's staring right down the 50-ton. I somewhat question the decision to commit everyone on this side.
I am the wind.
But I think it will pay off in the long run. Again, the really tricky part is going to be to get to this this area without getting spotted. If we can do that, then we're golden. I'm going to try and reserve the DFAs for Alright, now this is interesting. No, but that's going to be direct line of sight with them, so... okay, so this is the only spot where I can avoid detection.
Confirmed.
DFAs happen on the third silo.
Waiting for orders.
Obviously, at some point I'm going to need to commit to the attack. It'd just be nice to have everybody a little bit closer to the
Double
action.
time.
It's a little weird that she's still unstable after all of this. Silo Bravo's detected you. Move fast, Commander. You have limited time before they destroy the silo.
Lock and load, Bravo
That
Bats. We've got company.
kinda suck. Oh, okay. I see.
Commander?
Well, let's not stand on ceremony. I know I'm lobbing missiles at an entrenched target, but
Target acquired.
the real drawback here is that all those beautiful shots from behind are now going to be rendered irrelevant. I definitely like this idea, so it's going to cost me a hit, but hey, Dr. Frankenvinder! Happy Friday to you as well. I hope you're doing well. That's an LRM carrier. Okay, so the back of the Centurion's got 50 armor. I'm just not going to be able to make it happen. So... could try and go for the leg. Yeah. Maybe it's better for me to just avoid the clever strikes and just go for the LRM carrier.
All weapons committed.
Cool. That's gonna save me a lot of trouble.
Enemy unit destroyed.
I think I'm okay with a little bit of sass on the blackjack. It's more than a little sass.
Damage minimal.
Okay, now I'm worried.
Warning. Armor breached. Internal damage.
Okay, so let's see what we can do on round 1.
Orders.
I'm definitely thinking that the Centurion is public enemy number 1 on this one. The question is where I want to do the precision strike. So 69 on the leg, 18. Yeah, let's just knock him on his ass.
Inflicted some heavy damage.
So I might be able to take out the other leg with glitch.
Good to go.
Or not. So that's my next best option. Oh, that's interesting.
Got it.
Didn't exactly target the stuff that I wanted, but that's
Critical hit.
still gonna help.
I'm here.
Okay, now as far as Zap's concerned, I think we're gonna give the Trebuchet a take. No, you know what?
I'm walking here.
Let's focus down the Centurion. The Trebuchet is medium scary, but it's not like drop everything and kill it. And in this case, center torso makes the most sense.
Got it, Commander.
Yikes. Alright, that complicates things.
Engaging jump jets.
I don't know what I'm going to be able to get away with on this, but I might as well get some cooldown. Could actually do a little more than I thought.
Targeting rear armor.
I mean, it's probably going to make my blackjack regret doing that, but... oh, is it ever?
Warning. Armor breached. Internal damage.
Oh, this is gonna sting. Those evasion points will mean nothing. Oh, no, he's going after the Cyclops. Missile on missile action. There's some interesting possibilities there then. So I'm thinking I'm gonna get Glitch to focus the...
Armor, Commander.
I'm gonna get Glitch to focus the Centurion.
Commander?
And then
Affirmative.
the Highlander will take on the Trebuchet. Yeah, let's not get fancy. I am gonna knock down the medium lasers though.
Roger that.
At least
Mech
pretend that I care
destroyed.
about heat management.
Good to go.
Okay. I guess I did impose a rule about DFAs.
Moving out.
So simple answer here seems to be to target the Trebuchet. It does more damage and it doesn't have the evasion pips. So, but I do think a precision strike is in order. So leg is probably, yeah, leg's highest chance, and knocking it down will allow me to...
Roger that.
Alright, well, so much for that.
Critical hit, Commander.
I await your command.
The really tough call for me, there's one side which says, okay, just knock him down. Yeah, I can like unload with everything on him. What I really need to think about is like what preserves my blackjack best. I do need to take this thing out, and I need to take it out in like 2 turns, but I've got like 3 assault mechs facing down a, you know, a half smashed trebuchet and a light mech. So in this case I'm going to do the physical attack. I don't think it's going to take him out. It will definitely knock him down though. And I think the Locust might move before the Blackjack, but... okay. What have I got? 32, 38. Yeah, but the heat's gonna be too much. So can I jump over the silo in an act of supreme bravery? I can. So we'll sensor lock the Locust. Now again, the Trebuchet is still going to be able to stand up and cause some problems, but at the very least, I'm not going to lose any sensitive bits. Well, I mean, I might machine gun my autocannon to death, which will make me very sad, but. Cool.
Damage is light.
Receiving you.
That is a shame. I was really hoping that Behemoth would be able to punch the Locust to death.
Waiting for orders.
Okay, I would much prefer Glitch to be in the water.
Right, Commander.
So I'm gonna have a little bit of a weird reasoning on this, but actually, no, this preserves heat. Well, it doesn't exactly preserve heat, but it's just prey.
Right, Commander.
The SRM was probably excessive because it wasn't going to kill the thing otherwise, but what I wanted to do was free the Cyclops to be able to do a physical attack on the Locust, and with any luck the physical attack will at least it'll make it unsteady and make it lose its evasion.
I think I hit something good.
Okay,
Waiting for orders.
not quite enough. So 70s. Yeah.
Location
We're
confirmed.
getting close. I won't use the Gauss rifle. That seems a little excessive for a light. And I've got one more round anyway. And of course, in a pinch, I can do coolant vent, but I'm not going to... I'd prefer not to use that at the moment. So we'll do something with basically higher than 50% chance of hitting.
Copy that. Take that.
It's not doing the damage it needs. Time's almost up. Either defeat those guards or get your forces clear. I'm going to reserve Beefeater on this one. I'm actually going to reserve him to 1 now, because probably a melee will be enough.
Ready for orders. On my way. Targeting for physical attack.
I prefer to imagine that the Highlander just walked over and like picked it up in its left hand and crushed it. Alright, we've set down combat engineers. They're securing the structure. Alright, so we're definitely... We're not in the best state for
On my way.
doing a third encounter.
On my way.
But I do like money.
Acknowledge.
The big worry that I have here, though, is that I'm going to be going up against a fresh lance, which means that I potentially lose the armaments on the Blackjack, or I potentially lose the armaments on the Victor, neither of which is really an outcome that I want to deal with. But this seems to be a reasonable enough path to... So it'll probably keep me secure enough to get some useful intel. And with a little luck, it's actually going to keep me in a... It's going to keep me in a decent spot for cooling. I think we'll move Beefeater up first just because he's got sensors. Okay, so... So some possibilities of engaging here. Less in the water here now that I know what I'm looking at.
Got it.
Obviously I'm going to need to get the Cyclops up before I set the fireworks off. So I'm cautiously optimistic, but it's entirely possible I will blow it like last time. In this case, I think a sprint is warranted. Okay, so we know they're all looking this way, but I definitely feel like, so that's 45, 25, 55. So this could be a trebuchet, in which case this is a worry. I honestly don't see any way. Yeah, this is definitely the hardest one to get in. So a 60-ton vehicle, there's absolutely no situation in which I want to be facing that thing down. So
No shooting, just running.
Standing by.
So I think I take the Highlander on the side here. Maybe we just keep everyone in this dust cloud. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Good to go.
Okay, so in theory, if I sprinted her into the... Okay, so they would see her. But that's not terrible, actually, because I know I want to take out the 60-ton anyway.
Moving to position.
So it'll be a standard move. Again, my sincere hope is that they don't get LOS here. I still need a round to get Behemoth in position, so...
Acknowledged.
This is the point where I potentially screw it up by exposing the team a little too early, but I think we'll be okay.
I'm receiving you.
Again, this is another one of these cases where I want
going.
to be a little careful. There's sort of an argument that if I could get some kind of line of sight to be able to get like the first round of being able to target stuff. Actually, Glitch is going to be able to do that. The question is, do I really want Glitch to be the target? There are ways of making this work. Okay, we're gonna brace him.
Waiting for orders.
Oh, really? Okay.
Coordinates received.
Thought that was gonna work a little bit differently, but that's fair. Okay, so the aim here is I'm gonna reserve everything down so that these guys can't take their turn. Okay, so big question is, who do I open with?
Commander?
In this case, I think I'm going to use Glitch on the 60-ton.
Got it.
Silo Alpha has detected your presence. Act quickly, Commander. If you give them enough time, they'll set the silo to self-destruct.
Alpha Lance, fall in on my position. I've got eyes on the enemy.
Okay. In this case, I'm going to do Vigilance. I don't normally like doing something like that, but... And this has got... I mean, the AC really should be enough. But better... Honestly, better not to take any chances. What the hell was that? Okay, well, that's why we... That's why we took the shots that we did. So this thing's... It's a little too much heat for the SRM carrier, so... Good.
Enemy unit destroyed.
I'm gonna save the Highlander for last. Actually, unless it can get me some good vision on the... Yeah, well, they're all braced, so...
Copy that.
I get to pick... Am I more scared of a Griffin or a Blackjack? Blackjack's in the water. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Sometimes we're able to one-shot things like... Oh yeah, we're definitely not gonna one-shot it. So if that's the case... What if I want to do the Blackjack? Let's go for the leg. Well, at least we've limited its ability to do damage.
That hit something good.
Orders?
In this case, we'll give it the joy of some missiles. I don't think we'll knock it down, but we may force it to back off for a little bit.
On target.
So the 25 ton's going to be a real problem.
Many more hits like that.
So I've got 4 rounds. I'm going to need to get that thing at range. Not sure how I feel about... Well, it's the best I can do, so let's...
Engaging jump jets.
Okay, so we're working with a commando here. I really don't like the idea of... Okay, here's what I'm going to do. We'll just let her rip on the Blackjack and hope for the best.
Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
So we're definitely feeling the pain on some of our vehicles.
Good to go.
There is definitely a side of me that wants to get Glitch taken out this commando. It's one of the rare times where this thing is it's not going to have any evasion. I do, however, want this Blackjack. I want this Blackjack to make its move first, so... Alright.
Waiting for orders.
So I'm at 51. I need 20 and... Alright. I think I'm going to go for another Vigilance.
Here we go.
This is just a straight up commando killer.
Commencing Alpha Strike.
Now the problem is that the reason I did that commando killer move was specifically because I was worried what it would be doing to Glitch, and I've just put Glitch in range of all of the other enemies.
Waiting for orders.
But that's what this follow-up turn's going to be about.
Acknowledged.
So I'm basically faced with 2 possibilities here. I take Zap, Actually, I wonder if I can double up the attention. Yep. I'm gonna feel good about this.
Multi-attack is go.
Yeah, I feel less good about that than I thought I would.
Commander.
Something tells me that Behemoth is not going to be able to do the glorious death from above. I think, though, I'm going to try and face the Griffin head-on a little bit more. Actually, I don't think I have the precision strike. No, I don't. But it's fresher, so in this case it makes sense.
Got it.
Okay, good. It'll still probably fire on us next round, but we're a bit better positioned in terms of tempo. This is going to be a little risky given the fact that the Griffin's going to wake up. But getting Beefeater in something well, yeah, so this is the tricky part. Nope, nothing tricky about that at all. There's no real good targets of opportunity for the Griffin, whereas the Blackjack is weak, so we'll precision strike it right in the meat. Cool. So this thing isn't done, like it's not fully over yet, because this thing can still throw some ordnance at us that'll make us lose good gear. Holy smokes, I am a lucky man. Okay, so we're throwing everything at this guy this round. I can't afford to keep him up.
Affirmative.
I think we're just going to go straight for the center. Even with a 40% reduction, like at this point, we're just going to throw.
I'm receiving you.
We're going to throw all the guns.
I'm walking here.
Give me more orange, damn you!
Take that.
Yes, Commander.
I don't want to do this. Okay, I get to Alpha Strike it. So if nothing else will knock him down, the hope is though that this thing just takes him out. It's not enough to finish the job, but at least we knocked him down. That'll give Beefeater another round to do some targeted strikes on him. So one strategy I might try employing in a normal circumstance would be to sort of move Beefeater out, but the problem with that is that the Griffin is still going to be running. It's still going to run and potentially damage Victor, the Victor with the good AC. So in this case here, I'm going to potentially risk losing some good weapons on my medium mech in order to avoid any potential losses on the assault mech. Of course, there's also the possibility that we take this thing out, so. Yep. Engineers deployed, they're defusing the charges now. Good work, Commander. Thanks to you, the Directorate has suffered a major setback, and we've gained a valuable new asset. Yeah, 3 cheers. If you'll excuse us, Lady Arano, we need to get these mechs hosed down and decontaminated. Come on, Commander. Yang's got a great big tub of boron, and he's just dying to use it. Commander, the area has been cleared. Darius has given me the green light to land immediately. Hold position.
Mission successful.
Alright, that was fun. I was really unsure about how that started because I didn't think that sensor lock would be enough to set off the alarm, and we definitely suffered. We suffered for it. Like, I had to keep glitch in reserve because the AC-20 arm was in danger. Quite literally, the mission after I put the awesome AC on it. But it seems that the plan largely worked. So I guess that's the lesson. I'm happier when I win. I think that's probably going to be the last mission for tonight, though. It's almost 2 o'clock, and I've gone 2.5 hours past what I normally do. And it's nice to end on a high note, so... Excellent work, Commander. I was right to put my faith in you. You're a critical part of the restoration effort. So that is 25% for each. Wow, that is a very healthy pay. That's basically got me another extension to the Argo if I want it. So, repairs to the Blackjack. Actually, Blackjack really did some work on this one. Technically, Zap didn't... This is the one thing. I always feel bad calling people MVP because they have lots of kills, because clearly the whole purpose of the Lance is to have people specialize in different things. So Beefeater should probably have fewer kills. And Zap is a lot more about softening up the armor so that... Like, the reason I ride with this Lance for the most part is that Beefeater has... some flexibility with the mech that he runs with. I generally prefer the Blackjack for its comm system, or the Phoenix Hawk, although generally on biomes where I'm not suffering too much from the extra heat that I use from zipping around the battlefield. This is basically because with his his tactics bonus, he gets to move faster, so it's kind of like having all the benefits of a light mech in a heavier mech. And I mean, again, the Phoenix Hawk is really good for zipping around the battlefield, so it's particularly good as a scout. I just keep losing weapons on it, though. Behemoth and Glitch are sort of my dynamic duo, so it's a little weird because theoretically Glitch would probably be a bit more effective with the Gauss cannon. But I mean, the fact of the matter is, like, the AC-20 does 100 damage. The Gauss does, I think, like 75. So, clearly the AC is where it's at. But the idea here, the usual way that it works is that if there's a weak spot where I think that Glitch is going to be able to take the thing down in one shot, I use Glitch. So the best combo usually is Zap just does a general hit with the LRMs and weakens up the armor, and that's enough for Glitch to be able to do a precision strike on the weak spot. In best cases, it takes it out. In second best, it knocks it down either from all the ballistic damage or because you take out a leg or something. And then Behemoth, if we have any left over. The nice thing about this is that if you can do that, then you get the extra resolve for taking out an enemy. And that means Behemoth is able to do a precision strike into the center of something. And again, especially if it's an assault going after a medium, it's perfectly plausible that you just target the center and you hollow the thing out before it gets to move the turn. Anyways, let's see what scrap we get. Lots of cool parts. I don't really need another trebuchet. Okay, so let's see whether or not I need any of these mechs. I mean, they're all kind of like mediums and lights that I already have. So let's say no. I'm probably going to get some on the rolls. So some cool LRMs, not ones that I can put into the Cyclops, but okay, I'm pretty sure I know what I want. So the SRM++. I normally like the ARM mods. The problem is that it takes up so much space. Actually, you know what? Let's add it for the sake of the argument. This is a little bit of a shame because I wanted to put this on the trebuchet, but well, so an LRM 20++ that I won't use on something versus an LRM 15 that I have an immediate use for. I think the LRM 50, even though it's technically the lower tech, I can actually put this on a mech right away. So yeah. Alright, so they gave us a standard LRM-20. It's nice of them. Oh, and no mech parts. Interesting. So I'm hoping that I can stick the arm mod on my Highlander, but I've been burned by that before, so... Actually, come to think of it, I think I've already used up those slots, so it would have been better for me to get the LRM. That's fine. There's other mechs that I like to put into melee range. Revelations in Orbit Itram. Lady Urano, after almost 2 years of directorate imprisonment, I nearly lost hope. For myself, for Itram, for the entire Regan Reach. I owe you my eternal gratitude, all of you. Because of your actions, the Directorate's hold on Itram has been broken, and my people have been saved. I've been fighting for the Eurasian Coalition for most of my adult life, Lady Gallus. Saving your people comes with the territory. Jesus Christ, dude. That's what we're here for, Lady Gallus. Yes, it is, but their continued survival is anything but certain. I'm going to be honest with you, Lady Gallus. I had to wade through a sea of blood to reach Itram. My army is war-weary and outgunned, and the Reach is on the verge of being overrun. So if you know anything that can help us, I need you to share it with me. Yes, Lady Urano, I can help you. I know where you can find what you need to break the Directorate's alliance with the Taurian Concordat. You need to travel to Guldra. Lord Mediria's home says, I kind of want to say you promised evidence, but I know my... presumably, if I've spent this much time in the Eurasian Guard and I have a noble birth, I know this is not how I talk to nobles. So, Lord Mediria's home system. That's right. If you search the Mediria archives, you'll find what you need. Over the past 3 years, House Mediria has collected a treasure trove of incriminating evidence on House Espinoza, an insurance policy, so to speak. Find it and deliver it to Protector Calderon, and our Taurian problems will be over. House Mediria, behold our splendor, our founding house of the Eurasian Coalition, currently ruled by Lady Branca Mediria. The Mediria House sigil is a leaping dolphinfish in a pale blue sea. The ancestral seat of House Mediria is Guldra. I don't think I ever read House Espinoza, so House Espinoza, forever vigilant, a founding house of the Eurasian Coalition, currently ruled by Director at Santiago Espinoza. The Espinoza House sigil is an ibex and a field of thorns. The ancestral seat of House Espinoza is Cormidir 5. House Espinoza staged a military coup on Lady Kamea Arano's coronation day, toppling the old Eurasian Coalition and replacing it with a new authoritarian government, the Eurasian Directorate. And Protector Calderon, this is for the Taurians born in 2984. Thomas Calderon succeeded his mother, Zarantha Calderon, as protector of the Taurian Concordat in 3017. House Calderon leaders are known for their pragmatism and sound judgment. Thomas is no exception. The archives are DNA locked to my family. If we're going to gain access to this insurance policy, I'll need to travel there myself. And hopefully not at the head of an army. You've seen what war has done to Itram. I pray that Guldra can be spared the same fate. Alexander, a thunderous roar cuts Lady Gallus's sentence short, and the image in your view screen cuts to nothing. Lady Gallus, Samantha, can you hear me? Holy shit. Lady Urano, sensors are picking up evidence of a massive fuel air explosion in the capital. Castle Gallus is gone. Yet another mass murder to hold Espinoza accountable for. Vengeance comes later, Beefeater. People are dying down there. Alexander, get emergency services to the capital. Medical teams, combat engineers, whomever you can find. We need to search the records for survivors. I'll dispatch your forces right away, Kamea, but then I must return home. I'll travel with an appropriate bodyguard, but otherwise, I need to go alone. Lady Gallus was right. We've lost too much already. I won't see the army move on Guldra, not if I can do the job myself. Alexander, no, I won't allow it. I can't afford to lose you. Kamea, please. I'm duty-bound to see this through. Guldra is a core system, a veritable fortress. If we attempt an invasion, there will be terrible losses on both sides. I won't allow that, not if I can achieve our goal another way. I am confident that I can accomplish through subterfuge what our army could not, the recovery of the evidence we need without unnecessary bloodshed. I'm your loyal servant and friend, Kamea. I always have been, but I'm also a Mediria, and I have a responsibility to protect Guldra from harm. You of all people should understand that. Lord Madeira is his own man, Lady Arano. This should be his decision. Yes, it should. I owe him that much, and more. Very well, old friend. You may go if you must. You know how I feel every time you insist on leading a combat mission. Not a good feeling, is it? Go. Let us leverage what we need. We'll hold the line against the Taurians for as long as we can. I know you will. We can win this, Kamea. We will win this. Damned right we will. We'll make sure of it. You heard the commander. Back to your stations, everyone. We've got a war to win. Okay, more experience. I think I'm just going to lock in the save now. Like I said, we're done for tonight. Jan 24th, final. But let's do a quick peek at what we're up to next. Cool. Actually, there's some decent missions here. So my normal instinct would be we take the team that we just put. Oh, and it's polar. This is going to be wonderful. I get to throw Beefeater and the Phoenix Hawk. Oh, I almost forgot. That's, I'm going to forget to do this other one. Well, I mean, probably trying to bring the mechs on the planet would probably tip me off to that. But yeah, so my inclination as it is right now, we take my A-team and we throw it into a favor to regret. That's a 1.1 million C-bill mission, some decent scrap opportunities. I mean, obviously, you cut that number in half if you could do the default division. The fact that it's a 3.5 skull mission makes me slightly more inclined to take the base scrap or maybe a little bit more. One of the other big reasons for that... Maybe I just go for lots of scrap on that one. But yeah, so first priority is favor to regret, and the main reason for that is that it's the toughest mission I'll be up against. I have enough reserves now that if we get into a tough spot, I should still be able to finish off Breakthrough on the Brink. So this one's actually going to be interesting because I haven't done a defend base in a while, excluding the story mission, of course. But this has a pretty good payout. Like if the salvage wasn't so good, I would actually debate on just saying... go for straight cash. Maybe what I'll do instead... Yeah, actually that'd be interesting. So let's do favor to regret, see where we stand, but I'm slightly inclined towards eviction. Then breakthrough on the brink, and in that one, because it's a 2.5 skull mission, I might actually go primarily for the money, and that will give me a little bit of a war chest for the future. And then the final mission will be Contagion. And the Badlands are probably going to be the one that's the most tricky for me to work with because I won't be able to have the Phoenix Hawk. But there's nothing saying the Phoenix Hawk is going to survive a favor to regret. But yeah, we can actually run out ahead with some fairly decent scrap and cash, and then presumably after doing 4 missions, we'll be able to do whatever the next story mission is. So this will be neat. Anyways, I had a lot of fun with Battletech today. I generally do on its own, but I feel like we got quite a bit done. I hope we got quite a bit done. I will just take a quick minute here for those of you who are debating on picking up any of the DLC, or if you just want to take advantage of some of the sales going on here. This is a link to the Humble store. You can also go down below. There is a Humble link there. I do get a portion of purchases that are made through that link. So if you are thinking of picking something up and you can get it for the same price on Humble, I would appreciate you considering that. Obviously, there's no expectation. It's just one of these ones where the sponsored links are generally the ones where it feels like I'm able to convert a purchase that you might have made already into something that puts a little something back to me. There's another link I was going to drop in here. Oh yes, sorry, it was another Humble link, but this is one of the few cases where there is a bundle going on, which I think is a very good deal. So there's a few incentives that Humble will give to some of these partner links. So things like Humble Choice, there's a certain amount if you guys subscribe to that. And I generally try to avoid saying it's like, okay, well, this thing is on sale now, so, you know, throw your money at me or something like that. And especially for the bundles, some of the bundles I actually think aren't that compelling. So even though you can sort of use the slider to send a bunch to me, I usually don't like recommending stuff that I wouldn't have bought sort of on my own. And even then, like, I don't necessarily know if my opinions are going to be the same as yours. But what I do want to draw your attention to is this Europa Universalis 4 bundle. So I don't remember the exact order in which I bought things, but if you do the $1 tier, you get Europa Universalis 4, and then the DLC you get are Art of War, Res Publica, Wealth of Nations, and then there's some cosmetic ones, which are American Dream Pre-Order Pack and the Digital Extreme Edition Upgrade Pack. So I'm pretty sure these are the DLCs I started with. I maybe didn't get Art of War. That might have been... Man, I don't even remember when that was released. Anyways, I am a big fan of Europa Universalis 4, and being able to get that stuff for $1 is definitely very good. If you pay above the average, which is $9.82 in American dollars, Canadian, it's about $12.90, at least according to the website, you will get the Rights of Man, Mare Nostrum, Cossacks, Common Sense, and El Dorado. So that's an additional 5 DLC for the game. Finally, there is sort of a flat rate. So for $17 or $22.32 Canadian, according to the website, you can get additionally the Golden Century and Rule Britannia immersion packs, as well as Dharma, Cradle Civilization, Mandate of Heaven, and the Third Rome expansion packs. So for $17 US, this is basically all of the DLC except for the cosmetic stuff for Europa Universalis 4. I think it's a pretty good deal. Even when it goes on sale, I think you're hard pressed to be able to get it for the 17. Another thing that I'll draw your attention to on that, Humble's done something which I'm not 100% happy with, but I sort of understand why they're doing it. Used to be that they were really direct in terms of letting you use the sliders to decide where your money goes. So once you go below your choice in terms of what you want to pay, you can click a drop-down menu and you can decide where the money goes to Paradox Interactive, to the charities. I think my default is Doctors Without Borders. I don't know if that goes through to you if you use that link. All the expansions except Conquest of Paradise. You just picked that up today. Oh, that's really good, Rain Dog. But yeah, basically you get to decide the division of the distribution. So there's a certain amount that goes to Paradox, there's a certain amount that goes to charities. What I'm seeing on my screen right now is the World Wildlife Federation and Doctors Without Borders, which is my default charity. It's humble tip. I'm going to assume because it's my link, it doesn't go towards me as well, but there's a slider that you can set for me. Now, obviously, I encourage you to think about how you want to divide it. I would naturally love every dollar that you want to put towards me, but seeing as the slider also has something for charity, please consider giving to charity as well. I'll do my part to advocate for the fact that it is not costless for me to do this stuff. But in the end, I am doing this. I'm releasing it for free. I definitely have the capacity to do sub-only streams or sub-only VODs or anything like that. And I have decided to give it out for free. But with that in mind, if you guys are looking for ways to give a little something to the stream without it being a direct transfer of wealth from you to me, using those affiliate links, the Epic one, the Humble bundles, or the buying stuff through the Humble store using those affiliate links are things that actually add up over time. And I know in my own use of the Humble links, I've gotten some feedback from a couple of people in terms of the way that I use them, that it actually made the difference in a given month for them. So anyways, I don't want to belabor the point, but those are a few good deals that are going on right now. So thank you everybody for watching. One of the reasons why I am filibustering too is I'm trying to find who I can host, So I'm of two minds when I get a host from Azure Wind. One side wants me to host another Battletech stream, but then there's also the temptation to host another streamer that I know. Okay. In this case, I am going to host Kilgore Trout. I know I've hosted him recently, but he's doing Deus Ex Invisible War, which is not the one you normally see people playing. So, hey, thank you very much, Reishi. I love seeing those emotes. Eyes of Sin did a wonderful job with those. So thank you very much for using your channel points to keep putting out that emote. So I will let you know, there's two streamers who are doing Battletech right now in addition to me. There is Mighty Bjorn 1984 and Tark 1187 with 6 viewers and 3 viewers respectively. So if you guys want to see more Battletech, I haven't watched either one, but definitely encourage you, if you want to see them, you can just click on the Battletech button down below. I will encourage you, though, come hang out with Kilgore Trout for a little bit. He's a really nice streamer, fellow Canadian, and he tends to play a lot of classic games. And usually around this hour, he does box and movie hype. He might have finished that already, but definitely a nice guy, and I behave very differently when I'm in his chat. But he does a really good job of sort of selling you on classic games, and you kind of get to see the enthusiasm. He plays a lot of stuff that he played when it first came out, and you really get to see the enthusiasm for that sort of stuff, because I definitely have not played a lot of the stuff that he plays on it. So I really do like hosting him. Again, thank you everybody for also hanging out for these really long outros that I do. So I'm going to host Kilgore Trout. Stream is back on Monday and Wednesday, but remember, next week, next Friday, I am going to be at the Global Game Jams, so I will not be streaming on a week from now. Other than that, everything will carry on as normal, and I plan to record an Elder Scrolls episode nice and early on the weekend, so that pre-recorded broadcast will be on Tuesday. All right. Excuses, you better stream. I will stream the terrible disaster. I don't know like Unity or anything like that, so I'm going to just try and crash land something for the Global Game Jam. Anyways, guys, thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you very much for the hosts. Have fun in Kilgore's channel.